It's your perspective. One of the things I have realized in life is that I am still realizing, by the way, not that it's an end. There are no absolutes in life. If you are speaking to anyone and anyone tells you this is the only thing for something, they are either lying to you or they don't know as much as they should know. There is nothing in life that there is absolute, except when you come to the way to get born again. Sorry, I will speak a lot about my faith. My faith is very important to me, okay? So if you find me speaking and I make references to faith, please understand. And we're in a church auditorium after all, so it's good, okay? So I'm going to tell you a story, right? A couple of stories to help bring this to bear. I remember there was a time, I think it was in 2018, I used to work for one of the global companies. I had just stopped working for them, and I was taking a break. And in between that time, before I stopped and took the break, we used to have like 3 cars in my house. A Prado, and 2 other cars, I've forgotten. But when I took a break, I gave myself sense that there is no need for me to keep 3 cars. So I sold 2 cars. I had only 1 car, all right? I used to have 2 drivers. I let the drivers go. I didn't have a driver. There was one day, so at this time we had only 1 car. Somebody say 1 car. 1 car, 1. And it was a very small car. So my wife needed to go for an engagement. We used to stay somewhere in Lekki. She needed to go to VI, to a co-hotel. So she got to a co-hotel, and then she texted me and said, "Babe, I forgot my hat. Can you please send it across to me?" When I saw that message, I was mad. I was like, we have only 1 car. You've taken the car. Then you are sending me a message to send your hat to you. So I was really, really mad. And then I went into my room, and my heart spoke to me, said, "Why are you mad?" He said, "You are poor." See, there are some statements that hit you differently, okay? Especially when you think you are something and someone tells you something else. So he said, when you had 3 cars, that wouldn't have been a problem. You would have just given a driver. But you are still the same person. But as at that time, my mindset was the mindset of somebody who was poor. So I was angry that she did that. So I repented so that I don't sleep on the couch and found a way to get the hat across. But from that experience, I started learning about it's important how you see things. It's very important. Sometimes you see 2, 3 people, a group of people, they are under the same instructor, same experiences, but they have different results. And sometimes you are wondering why. What's different? The mindset. The mindset. I remember another experience I had was during COVID. Because you couldn't travel during COVID, for some reason, life was online a lot, and my children were exposed to the internet a lot. And they caught this bug about Brazil, that they wanted to go to Brazil. And I was trying to explain to them that it's not very easy to go to Brazil. You need your passport. You need airline to be flying. And at this time, travel was banned. And I was like, by the way, for me, I would require a visa because I have a Nigerian passport. I require a visa. Embassies are shut down and things like that. So they listened to me. They went away. Then one morning, one of them called me and said, "Daddy, human transport is not allowed." Yes. He said, "What we will do is this." He said, "There is a box outside. I will sit in the box, seal it up, and post me." Because in his mind, it was possible to get to Brazil. And the truth of the matter is this. In his mind, he couldn't understand that you would tell me that, so they stopped flying, you need visa. And so what? I want to go to Brazil. So I had another job to explain to him that you will not survive being in the cargo hold, right? But the power of mindset. The power of mindset. Situations happen, but what you get out of that situation depends on your perspective. It depends on your perspective. I mean, same time during COVID, this life is in phases, right? So as at that time, about 3 months of lockdown, because my family, we travel quite a bit. So we hadn't traveled anywhere in like a couple of months. So we felt constrained. You just feel constrained. So we reached out to some of our friends and they were like, it's just doing me. See, let me just go and smell the air of London. Let me just go to London, just smell the air and come back, just to stay okay. Then we're like, but commercial flights were not flying. So we thought it was impossible. Then one of us said, but wait, how many of us that we know actually want to go to the UK or just travel right now? They were like, we can actually get a few people together. Then he said, let me check something. So the guy went to check and realized that if we actually chartered a private jet and shared it among the 15 of us that would go, the cost that each person will pay is equivalent to flying first class, which is what we normally would have flown. So he taught me something. There is always a way. There is always a way. So when I find people, that those that work with me, there is something that they know that you cannot come near me and tell me the word no or tell me it's impossible. That's the quickest way to get me angry. There is always a way. And this is one of the fundamentals that you need to have. Where it comes to money, there is always a way. I mean, my background, sometimes people think I was born to, they say, my father is not Dangote, or I wasn't that, right? If I tell you guys where I was born and my upbringing, some of you will be giving me, just let me help this guy. Let me help this guy. So in terms of excuses and finding ways to explain, everybody has a lot. But one of the things you cannot do is this: complain and say somebody else is responsible. You can't do that. And these are the things that affect how you think and what you think about. So I'm standing here today to tell you that I am not as wealthy as Dangote yet, okay? Emphasis on yet. So I may not be able to tell you how to be a billionaire in dollars, right? But there are a few things I probably will be able to share with you that may help you at least, okay? I remember in 2016 was the first time I knew it was possible to have $1 million in 2016. 2016. I mean, I started that business. If I tell you that story, you'll laugh at me. I started that business in 6 months. We had a revenue of $1 million. And like anybody, you would think I have arrived. How many people feel that way? You have arrived. Now, 2 years later, I lost 300K USD from that same business. And I went back to minus. But I was listening to someone said that there is a mindset that wealthy people have that makes nature unable to defy them. So you see wealthy people and you hear some, and a very popular one is Donald Trump, the former American president, right? Whether he will be again is their business. I'm not American. But you will see him at different times. He's gone bankrupt several times. But you see him come back. And when he comes back, he doesn't come back and be a millionaire. He comes back to be a billionaire. There is a mindset. And that your mindset, in fact, I dare say to you that your mindset, God help me. See, I am not going to come here and tell you this is the business you should do or things like that. I believe you can make money in anything. I have friends that make money in things that, to me, I think is stupid. You can make money in anything. But what will make you make money in anything is what I'm talking about, your mindset. I mean, I'll tell you a story. In that same 2018, I used to work in an organization and I left. I had a 3-month break. In the 3 months that I had the break, they paid me every month. A global organization, there was no mistake. They paid me every month. Something about my capacity demanded that I get that amount of income. So the real measure of your capacity is how life responds to you. Some people sit down and they say, I have studied, I know I am worth this or I am this. Until life tells you that, you are not, sir. Sometimes people come to me and say, I have learned this thing. You haven't. If you have learned it, life will attest to it. That you have learned it by the results that show. I mean, was it this year or last year? I started learning and just meditating, and it occurred to me that who you are is a bigger determinant of the kind of money that flows to you than what you do. See, sometimes someone looks at, you pick a rich person, you say, people will give excuse that the reason that person is rich is because they're in a particular line of business. Is a lie. If it was true, everybody doing that business will be that rich. So you pick Dangote or you pick Mike Adenuga or the wealthy people you know in Nigeria, you say because they are in telco or they are in cement or stuff. Is it everybody doing cement that is as wealthy as they are? Or is it everybody doing telecom business that is as rich as they are? But who you are, there is a measure that you grow into. That's what determines what comes to you. So some of the things you will need to do is you will need to unlearn a lot of things. See, one of the things that I find that people get to do quite a bit is people are eager to learn, eager to pick new things. Perhaps unlearning some of the bad things you know is where to start from. I started my learning about wealth and money in 2012. 12? Yes. The first thing I learned was budgeting, how to budget. How to budget. In the first month that I learned to budget, I was able to make an extra 30 or 50,000 naira. Not because I got inflow, but because I didn't have to spend extra 50,000 naira. So let me explain. Most people think of wealth and think wealth is based on the money that you make. Hello? How many people think that wealth is determined by how much you make? It's going to be interactive. You guys need to respond to me, otherwise I'm not going to move on. How many people think that wealth is based on how much you make? Okay, those who are not raising up your hands, can you tell me what you think is the definition of wealth? What determines your wealth? Money management. I think you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. But really, wealth is based on how much you are able to keep. That's it. You will find people, I remember the first time I read this thing that Mike Tyson or Wesley Snipes were bankrupt. I couldn't understand it. Because these guys, sometime in one event, one activity they do, they earn millions of dollars. You are now saying that they are broke now. What happened? Or someone like Nicolas Cage. Because the outflow was more than the inflow. And a lot of time, people are so focused on the inflow. One way you can actually improve is by cutting the outflow. So when I said I learned budgeting helped me to cut my outflow. Some of the things that I learned when I was learning budgeting was to realize that, this thing that they say, pay yourself first? That thing is so powerful. So powerful. I learned how to pay myself first. The mindset that people have is they say, but it is not enough. And let it not be enough, but pay yourself first. It's already not enough. So what's the extra 10% or I don't know how much you pay yourself, 10%, 20%? It will just mean an extra fasting, not eating, or gari a bit. I like gari a bit, so it's not a problem for me to drink gari. Okay? Pay yourself first. But I was talking about you will need to unlearn a lot of things before you actually learn new things. Because, see, your current status and state that you are is a function of what is real to you. Whatever is real to you, see, there is nobody doing you from the village, none of that. It's not Nigeria that is doing you. I have people who I know why is it that someone like Dangote, or why have they not left Nigeria to go and invest in other places? It's not Nigeria that is doing you. It has its own part, but it's not the primary thing. But see, if your mindset already is that there is no money in Nigeria, see, some of you, that's the problem. You believe that in this Nigeria you cannot make it until you changes. You are not going to see money in this country. Just checking, can I come in? Yet the people that are here want to go out. There is money in this country. And part of what you need to learn in your learning process, you also need to be able to identify what are the wrong things, the things that you have heard, that is disturbing or affecting, contributing to your current status. And some of the learnings that you have are not direct things that someone sat down like you're in a conference and they are telling you. I mean, I remember growing up, my dad used to tell me something. My dad said, I don't want to be too wealthy. I just want to be wealthy enough to take care of my family. That was my dad's motto. So guess what? In my house, there was no excess thing. What was necessary, you will have it. But the extra on top, it's not happening. And I knew that from a young age. He didn't mean it to be anything bad. It was based on his level of exposure. But that affected me and put me in a mindset that just take care of the basic necessities. As long as you're able to do the basic necessities, you are fine. So some of the things that you have learned are even things that you are not conscious of. Things that someone growing around you had told you repeatedly. I mean, it's one of the things that I used to hear growing up is money does not grow on trees. It's a lie. Because I see some bouquets that some people give their loved ones these days. It's money that... It's not money, it's money. Some of them will even put foreign currency inside. Money, it depends on which tree. I believe money grows on trees. Oh, let me tell you a short story. There was... God. Okay. You need to unlearn some things. Okay? And knowing what to unlearn, it doesn't necessarily take a lot of time. See, here's the other thing, right? Time doesn't change anything. Please listen to me. Time does not change anything. Somebody says the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. That's true. Time does not change anything. Time only reveals. But time doesn't change anything. Time may allow, if there was something you were doing wrong, and then you change the action you were doing, time can allow you to see the effect of that. But if you don't change what you are doing, time is just going to keep revealing. So it doesn't always take time. I'll tell you a short story. There was a time that I traveled with my wife we went to Sydney. And then we traveled in business class from here to Doha. From Doha to Sydney, we flew first class. From Sydney back to Doha, we flew first class. By the time we got back into business class from Doha to Lagos, my wife said, why is this seat so small like this? And she wasn't forming, she wasn't doing anything because she had been exposed to something that was bigger, that what a lot of people will say was big before now looked small to her. Mindset. There are some people, I know of one of the family that they're acquaintances and friends. The kids in those family have never flown commercial flights since they've been born. So there was one time that they flew commercial. Now, in their commercial flights, they were all in first class. Now, the kids were used to, whenever they are flying, because it's private, everybody they fly with are their uncles and brothers and things like that. So when the kids got on first class, they were playing with everybody in first class. It was difficult to explain to them that these people are not your uncle because to them, mindset. See, the mindset that you have about money determines a lot what you experience regarding money. So I was saying that there are things you need to unlearn. The second thing I want to tell you is this. No statement or idea, including what I am saying, including what you read in the Bible, is powerful. You are the one that gives power to whatever you hear or see. There is no principle, there is no instruction, there is nothing that anyone will tell you that by itself, remember I said there are no absolutes, that by itself is powerful. You are the one that gives power to that thing by whether you believe it and the level of belief that you have towards it. So that is why you will see some people. Okay, so I'll say it, okay? You see some people, they believe a lot in doing jazz, and it works for them because they believe it. And those same people, when they go to church, mosque, whatever else, doesn't work for them because they don't believe. You are the one that determines how powerful something is. So some of you have heard principles, you've done master courses that even the Dangote have not done. It's not by doing courses and theory. It's not by that. I mean, I'll tell you a story, right? Last year, something happened to me last year and changed my mindset. I mean, improved it. There was someone who I got to meet last year. He's a friend of mine now. And then, do you guys realize that how many people go on holidays in a year? You work or you run a business and you go on holiday. You know it's good to go on holiday. If you think holiday, how many weeks in a year is a proper holiday? Hello? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? 4 weeks? 1 month? Do we have 1 month? Do we have 6 weeks? 6 weeks. Do we have 2 months? Hello? 2 months? Okay. Do we have 2.5 months? Sir, ma, do we have 2.5 months? Do we have 3 months? So let me tell you something. There are some people in this country, okay, that for them, holiday depends on the season, okay? There is summer holiday that's different. That summer holiday for them is like 3 to 4 months. I didn't know. As of last year, I'm telling you the honest, I didn't know. And to them, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. They are not lazy. And these are really wealthy people. But to them, summer holiday is 3 to 4 months. So I was seeing one of them. He came back I saw him last around June. Next time I saw him was around September. And I was like, hey, how you doing? Just hanging out. And it was like, I've been on holiday. I said, what? He said, I've been on holiday. I was looking at myself with all my suit and tie and stuff, MD stuff. I was like, I dare not. And then he said, guy. He said, if I didn't spend money at all on this holiday, I would have spent 1 million. I said, wait. 1 million what? I said, $1 million. Okay, so for me as at that time, if I hear $1 million, I'm thinking investment. Okay? But here is someone telling me that he spent $1 million to lounge. It broke something in my mind. So you know what I did? Okay, I will tell you what I did. I told you I'm a person of faith. I went to go and pray. I said, God. I said, there are human beings. We are both Nigerians. That in their own mind, $1 million is holiday. And honestly, I sat down with the guy. I said, what did you spend it on? He said, nothing big. Flight, we chartered plane, we chartered boats, we had food, we had hotel. And I'm like, but I realized most of you you will be cursing him in your mind. But see, it's a function of your mindset and level of poverty that you have. So I went to sit down. I'm not stupid now, so I started spending more time with the guy. Just keep talking to me. I don't need to, just keep talking to me. Or there was one day I went to see one guy this year. I hadn't seen him in a while. I spent 2.5 hours with him, 2 hours, 30 minutes. I timed it because to me, time is precious. In 2 hours, 30 minutes, the guy made $2 million in front of me. In front of me. So now, you will see me now, and I'm talking some numbers. It's not strange to me. Mindset. Before then, you would tell me to spend how much on holiday. I would tell you, get it behind me, Satan. Now, it's okay. Mindset. You know, mindset, I was researching recently and I was like, how much is okay for you to spend on... So let me tell you guys something. How many of you will save to buy a car? You save to buy a car? Okay, you're not raising your hand. So let me tell you the honest truth. See, the financial principles will tell you. Okay, now I'm not joking. Okay? Whatever is your transportation, whatever it is, it can be bicycle, it can be bike, it can be car, it can be SUV, it can be plane, whatever, should not be more than 2 to 5% of your net worth. Think about it. So you are saving to buy a car. You probably shouldn't be buying that car. Let me stop. Okay. So I was saying that your level of wealth is influenced more by how and what you think than what you do. See, there was a time when I started working, and because of the kind of upbringing that I had, I said to my wife and everybody that I am a career person. I am not a business person. Because of the mindset I had that you cannot be both. Growing up for me, you were either a career person or you were a business person. Now, I was privileged that my dad was a career person. My mom was a business person. So when I married, I told my wife, me, I will do career, you do business. But there was one day I was having a conversation with a stranger, and the stranger asked me a question. I mean, I met him. You knew he was an okay guy because of where I met him. And then he said, if I gave you $1 million, what will you do with it? That question, I was thinking about it for 3 months. 3 months. 3 months. At the end of the 3 months, there was no need for anybody to convince me. After I had thought for 3 months, I realized I needed to start business. From that, now combine business plus career. Now start growing capacity to expanding from one business to multiple businesses. But mindset. Some of you that have that mindset that all I can do is career. Who told you that? Now, the things that you believe, who told you? See, if the person that told you is the example or the role model that you desire for your life, then listen. How can someone who does not have a good marriage be advising you about marriage? How can somebody who doesn't have their own house be advising you about where you should build your house? Some of you, the people you listen to that have formed your... See, I respect my parents. I love them. I honor them. Because I want to live long. But guess what? There are certain things I do not ask my parents for advice about. How many of you here have coaches? Fantastic. If you do not have a coach, at least one, and you come and meet me that you have goals, something, you have not started. Some of the highest performing people that I know, some of them have like 7 coaches at the same time. And these are people that are doing serious things. When I say serious things, and they still have time. How many books do you read in a week? I try to read at least one finance book in a week. At least one. However I read it, whether I do Audible or I must read at least one finance book in a week. I remember there was this time that I had some people who were staying with me, and they said I was mentoring them. I think I shared this at a couple of weeks ago where I went to speak. And then the person said, I said, there are 2 of them. I said, so they've been staying in my house for like 1 month. I didn't say anything. Then after 1 month, I called a meeting. I said, guys, I'm mentoring you, right? They said, yes. That means I have more than you. They said, yes. I said, you sleep more than I sleep. You eat more than I eat. I study and read more than you people. Where is the time that you want to catch up? Where? Sometimes, see, the things that really make for what is right, they are not many. And if you look at them on their own, they are not difficult. Doing them is what is difficult. Somebody will tell you now, you want to become wealthy, they will tell you, you will even tell me, make more money, save more, invest, don't spend as much. True or false? But are you doing them? See, there is no shortcut, though. There is no shortcut. Because even if you take a shortcut, remember I told you that I said I have made my first $1 million in 2016, and I lost everything 2 years later. You know why I lost it? My mindset had not developed to the person that can hold $1 million. So I lost it. That's why you see people who win a lottery, and then you see them a few years later, they are worse than where they were. Why? Has that happened to you before? Some of you will take, maybe you see somebody who doesn't have something you have, and you give them something of yours. And you've used that thing for a while. And when you were using it, it was really good. You give it to them. Think of it this way. So those of you that have security guys in your house, like gatesman and stuff, pick your favorite shirt. You probably had that shirt for 1 year or 2 years. Give it to them. In 1 week, you will see their mindset on that shirt. So mindset is very powerful. And one of the things that makes it so powerful is sometimes it's subtle. You don't even know it's there. Which is why the first level in changing your mindset is awareness. You need to be able to look at whatever situation, whatever thought, which is why asking the question why is so powerful. You need to be able to ask why about everything. Some of you, the place where you are living, ask yourself, why am I living in this place? Why? By the time you answer that why, if you can go 7 whys, you will get to the real root. I remember there was a time, I have many stories, but let me continue. So I have something else down here. I said that there is nothing in life that is difficult by itself. What makes something easy or difficult is your level of understanding. Please write this down. There is nothing by itself that is difficult. And there is nothing by itself that is easy. What gives that definition is your level of understanding. The things that you understand how they act and how they do, you don't find them hard. They are very easy for you. For example, now if you call me now and say I should go and cook something in the kitchen, it's very, very difficult for me. Because I don't understand it. But there are other things that call me and I know how to do. I said, that's easy. Tell me to drive. Now I'll tell you it's easy. The person who doesn't know how to drive, to him, is difficult. So it's your level of understanding. Now, I didn't say knowledge, I said understanding. They are two separate things. So many things you are aware of, but you don't understand. Understanding is when you know what makes it tick. You can pick it apart and pull it together. That's understanding. And one way you know someone who has a high level of understanding is that they simplify things. Whenever there is anyone doing anything and they make it look so easy, it's a high level of mastery and understanding. So, your income can only grow to the extent that you do. So I just want to share with you 4 steps to developing the right money mindset. The first one I told you is awareness. You need to be aware of what you know, what you don't know. See, so many things are at a subconscious level in your life, but you need to be aware of them. People who operate in high level of wealth and success, they are very deliberate, including all the celebrities that you see around. What you may not realize is the times that we see those celebrities are their down times. That's when they party and they do all those things. They are not like that all the time. Most times, if you understand the rigor that they put themselves through, you will pity them. I mean, sometimes my sons educate me about Cristiano Ronaldo, and they tell me that the guy trains 6 days a week. After each training, he sits in a bath of ice. You want to be world number 1, you had better be willing to do certain things. Awareness. The second thing is understanding. You need to be aware of the mindset that you have. You need to be aware of the level of understanding. Now that you have that mindset, how is it affecting you? What's the result of that? So, for example, in my life, an awareness for me is that you can only do career or business. But it took me being aware of that mindset. Understanding was then me realizing, so what is the impact of choosing this path? It meant that I will not be as rich as I want. Because I stand by this. I don't think anybody will pay you enough to be the kind of person that you want to be. But that's debatable, okay? But the third part in developing the right money mindset is dissociation. Dissociation is being objective, remove yourself from that situation and look at it clinically. What's the impact of this mindset on my life, on my money? Before you then start correcting. Because by the time in whatever you are doing, whatever mindset you have that you are looking at, if you are able to do these things, then you can start identifying and correcting some of these things. I need 2 more minutes and then I'll be out of here. I'd just like to share with you some positive mindset that you should have about money, okay? The first one is this, and this is probably the most powerful as far as I am concerned, my perspective. Money and wealth can be created. Money and wealth can be created. One of the things you find is the real wealth, some people, life happens to them. Some people, they happen to life. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. You can choose to create wealth, or you can say, they gave me. See, whatever someone gives you is based on mercy. They don't give you the best. Some of you are in that. If you are going in traffic and someone asks you for money, somebody is begging you, you don't go and carry your savings and give them. You find whatever changes in your pocket and you just give them. True or false? But when you go to see your doctor or your engineer or whatever, you don't just give them. They demand from you what you should give them. True or false? And you don't have a choice. Some people, life happens to them. Some people happen to life. Now, in that story, I combine two things. One is that money can be created. The second one is this: money comes to you based on the value that you provide. See, one of the things that I believe in this, you can be my family and things like that. What I will do, what I owe you is messy money. I do not owe you value money. Nobody owes anybody value money. And there's a difference between messy money and value money. Completely different. Now, this one, third one, very interesting. Now, this is my personal perspective. I believe money, wealth is a game. It's a game. Every game has rules, and it can be learnt. And those that win are those who have learned how to play the game. Real wealthy people, they play to win. You know, have you seen, last story, let me shut down. Have you seen sometime when they are playing football, soccer? I say football, so Americans will think I'm talking American. I'm talking soccer. You can tell by how the coach arranges the players what their mindset is. Some people are playing to win. Some are playing not to lose. If you see the person who is playing to win, they will have lots of attackers in front. They are driving. They are doing things. The person who is playing not to lose will have a lot of defenders. Most people play not to lose the money game. So you are very afraid. And that hinders you from, see, one of the things that you will learn in the money game is this. The money that comes to you is almost directly proportionate to your risk appetite. How much risk are you willing to take? See, those people that are doing things, when we have seen the results, we are saying this person has a lot of money and stuff. But when they started that thing, they were afraid, sir. If there is any of you sitting down and you do not have at least one thing that you think about it and you are afraid, you have not started. As I'm standing in front of you now, I remembered something. As I remembered it, I was afraid. But one of the things, you have to learn how to do it afraid. You have to learn how to do it afraid. Thank you very much. It's been...
Oh, come on. You can do better. You can do better. Wow.
So,
That was a powerful session.
it was a powerful session. Like, my book is, like,
I
full.
can see your notes.
Yeah, my notes is full. One of the interesting things that he said when he talked about $1 million, you know, I quickly asked myself, what comes to my mind when I hear $1 million? What comes to your mind? No righteous, just say it as it is.
To be honest, what just came to mind now? Say if I was about to leave Nigeria.
No,
hold on.
Okay.
And then $1 million hits my account. I'm not going anywhere again.
Come on now. Put your hands together for him.
I'm not going anywhere again. We spend it here. We invest it here.
Yeah, so he said what came to his mind back then was investment, right? And I thought to myself, when I hear $1 million now, sincerely, what came to my mind, maybe before he spoke, was I just quickly drew conversion. You know, how much is Naira?
Yeah, that counts.
To know what's the equivalent to, you know, Naira right now. I'm almost tempted to ask someone, what comes to your mind when you hear $1 million?
Anybody?
Yes, our lady. Oh, Fantastic, sir.
Yeah, figures, yes.
Figures.
You just will see numbers in your head.
All right, sir. What comes to your mind? Investment. What type of investment? That can you? Okay. All right. Sorry? Real estate. Awesome. You people know Buko. All right. Anybody from this angle? What? Yes, sir. What comes to your mind? Investment into processing and exportation of agri products. Amazing. Please put your hands together for him. And that is a very viable investment because, quite a lot of Nigerians have jackpot. And you see, what I realized is that the demography of the people who have escaped, okay, maybe escape is not the word, but people who have left are people in their 30s, 20s to 30s, who have this Nigerian taste. So they want to keep that Nigerian taste.
Absolutely.
Yes. Another thing he talked about was self-awareness, being realistic in defining where you are financially. And then another thing that he said that struck me, how many of us save to buy a car? No, that's not the question. How many of us don't save to buy a car? You did not save to buy. You have a car and you did not save to buy it.
Was it a gift? There you go.
All right. Okay, so without much ado, I believe we can continue right now.
All right, should we just quickly let you know, in case you're wondering where the lineup of events, the brochure for the conference is, in the course of the program, they're going to give you a QR code. You can just scan the QR code and get all the details of the conference there. All right, so when I first introduced this person, I said I call her the money woman, because she has fire, she has energy, and she's always talking money. She is the founder of... Clap for yourselves. All right, we're going to have her bio run now, and then the next voice you'll hear after that is that of Shola Adesoye. But let's hear her bio right now.
Shola Adesoye is a seasoned finance coach and chartered accountant with a wealth of experience spanning over 2 decades. Her unwavering passion for empowering individuals and businesses to comprehend the intricacies of make, manage, multiply money has seen her establish Smart Stewards Financial Advisory Limited and Smart Stewards Advisory LLC in the United States of America. Through these ventures and other platforms, Shola has transformed the financial lives of numerous people across 40 countries, helping them transition from financial stress to rest, from debt to wealth. She is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants of the United Kingdom, ACCA, and a member of the Chartered Professional Accountants of Canada, CPA. Shola Adesoye is also a certified financial education instructor of the United States. She is a Tony Elumelu Foundation mentor. Shola is a well-known author who has written 8 books. Shola Adesoye will be speaking on building and sustaining wealth.
To register, visit bit.ly/TMM conference.
Good afternoon, everyone. That clap was very somehow. Give me more encouragement. You are not clapping for me. You are doing cheers to your next level. Imagine yourself in 2 years. The kind of money you'd be commanding. And the kind of wealth you'll be commanding. The people that you'll be rolling with. Your language and terminology. The countries you would have visited. The private jets you would have entered. The impact work you would be doing. The number of nations you will be lending to. So clap better. Clap better. Do it better. Thank you. Please be majestically seated. I'm glad to be here. Well done, and thank you to the organizers. I love to talk about money, not just money. They call me the money woman, but there's so many things. There are so many things I like to talk about. And money is just one fraction of all of those things, right? Money is too small to be at the center of our lives. Do you get it? There's so much to life than money. And money is just a small aspect of wealth. So today, I've been told to speak about building and sustaining wealth. Do you mind if we say a word of prayer? Father, thank you for this afternoon. We give you all the praise and all the glory. The entrance of your word gives life and understanding to the simple. Lord, as we dive into these conversations, encourage our hearts, enlarge our hearts, give us specific keys that will take us to our next levels. Let us remember this program for good. Let that word that will revolutionize our finances come today. In Jesus' name we have prayed. All right, building and sustaining wealth. And I am going to just read a passage from the scriptures to lay a foundation for what I'll be talking about. My brother, Pastor Boye Ajayi, did a fantastic work. And let me shock you. When he was saying, save for a car, save for this and that. And I say this with all respect. I have driven 7 cars in my life, and I have not bought one with my money. So there's a mindset to this thing. 7. I have used about 6 or 7 iPhones in the last 10 years, and I have not bought a single one. Now, this current one I am using is iPhone 11 Pro. Last year, I got an iPhone 15, the latest, but I chose to give it out. So there are levels. When it says mindset, it is important. And I think a good place to start from is that it is not about the money that you have. Do you get? Because sometimes we are talking about these things and you're doing calculation, permutation, and combination in your mind. Sometimes it is not about the money that you have. And we'll be talking about the power of leverage. Media, if you can quickly display 1 Kings chapter 17. I know it's a story that we all know. You'd permit me to read a few verses from it. And it's about the story of Elijah and the widow. How many of you remember that story? Me, I'm a person of faith. I teach from the scriptures, and I'm in church. Even if I'm not in church and I'm led to teach from the Bible, I will do so. So we're reading from 1 Kings chapter 17, and I'll read from verse 7. Thank you. Sometime later, the brook dried up because there had not been rain in the land. Go on. Then the word of the Lord came to him, to who? Elijah. Go at once to Zarephath of Sidon and stay there. I have, watch this, commanded a widow in that place to supply you with food. Shall we meet the widow? So he went to Zarephath. When he came to the town gate, a widow was there gathering sticks. He called to her and asked, would you bring me a little water in a jar so I may have a drink? As she was going to get it, he called, and bring me, please, a piece of bread. Shall we meet the widow? And the widow said, as surely as your Lord God lives, she replied, I do not have any bread, only a handful of flour in a jar and a little oil in a jug. I am gathering a few sticks to take home and make a meal for myself and my son, that we may eat it and die. Elijah said to her, don't be afraid. Go home and do as you have said. But first, make a small cake of bread for me from what you have and bring it to me. And then make something for yourself and your son. For this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. The jar of flour will not be used up, and the jug of oil will not run dry until the day the Lord gives rain on the land. How many of you follow that story? God said, I have commanded a widow to supply you with food. And you would have expected that the widow was some wealthy woman who had a lot of cars, a lot of houses, and whatnot. And then we meet the widow. It was God Almighty that said, I have commanded a widow to take care of you. And then you go with that prophecy, and then you meet that widow who is gathering sticks so that she can make food for herself and her son from the small that she had. How can you reconcile it? When I was praying for this program, God gave me a sentence to tell everybody seated here. Do you know what he said? He said, tell them to make room for more. That's your word. That's your word. Make room for more. Sometimes we judge ourselves by what we think and what we have and what the society says and what people say about us. Now, God said, I have commanded her. Please, how can somebody who did not have food for herself and her son provide for Elijah the prophet? Are we together? My first assignment to you this morning is to tell you and remind you that there is more to your life than you see right now. God is boasting about you to people. Look at my daughter, a billionaire, a millionaire, a trillionaire, a nation builder. He's already boasted about you. Already. But you are there, still picking sticks. And you are like, this is all. Pastor Boye was talking about $1 million. Somebody was saying, what's he saying? I've never even seen 100,000 naira in my life. And this man is talking about $1 million. Association of Stick Pickers, congratulations. Because there is more. And he said to tell you, make room for what? More. Now, on that scripture is what I have laid the foundation of what I'll be talking about. And I'll be talking about creating and sustaining wealth. I think Pastor Boye already did the work for me because the first foundation is having the right mindset. Believing that, see, I may be picking sticks right now, but if a prophet shows up at my door and tells me to make cake for him, I will not argue. Because some of us would have done permutation. Sir, where are you from? Are we speaking the same language? Did you hear what I just said? That I have only small flour and oil left. And I am just trying to gather sticks so that we can eat and what? That means a situation was there. It was terminal. But the man came and said, do this, first of all. And that is where the secret of wealth is. Instantly, she got a mindset shift. And I hope from that message or from that presentation that Pastor Boye did, we have started to get the mindset shift. Because if the woman's mindset did not shift from eating and dying to giving and multiplying, a story will not be in the Bible. Are we still together? So, building and creating wealth. I need you to take off that cloak of, I am not rich. My background is bad. I did not go to school. I have never been on a plane. I've never saved 100,000. Welcome. Association of Stick Pickers. I'm not saying you should disown where you are coming from. After all, they say that a man's message is from his mess. Abby? So it's okay. It's okay to know where you are coming from. We want to build wealth, but you have been broke. You have been battered. You are in debt. Some of us, we are in some indescribable level of death. It's fine. Stick pickers. We are going somewhere. But this woman did some amazing things that we are quickly going to talk about. And the first thing I want to talk about, of course, I've laid the foundation that you need to see yourself in the light of God's word. You have been created in his image. Listen, in Genesis chapter 1, God introduced himself to us as a master steward. Yes, he introduced the Holy Spirit to us in the New Testament, but in the Old Testament, in the beginning, there was chaos, and God brought order, resource management, world creation. There's a reason for it. And if God could bring something out of nothing, and he made us as co-creators, it means that we can bring something out of nothing, just as I have read from the example of this woman. Are we still together? Are you getting encouraged? Are you happy that God has boasted about you to someone? Listen, that person may be in the US. There is a widow in Sidon. There is a lady living in Akute, Lagos, that I have commanded to be a destiny helper. Clap for yourself, first of all. So we're going to quickly go into the meat of the presentation, and I want to talk about 4 types of wealth. I've been told to teach on building and sustaining wealth. And I wanted to make you realize that when we talk about wealth, it's not just about money. This woman's life changed. Did Elijah give her money? So when we talk about wealth, and we see another story in 2 Kings chapter 4, Elisha and yet another widow. Did Elisha give her money? Money is important, but money is just one aspect of financial wealth. Let's stop focusing on what is not the main thing. Don't get me wrong, money is important too. They will say money doesn't, solve all the problems, but money can solve all your money problems. Abi? So I'm not saying money is not good, but I'm saying that there are some other currencies that you can spend that is not cash. I just gave you an example of how I have used 7 cars in my life and I have not bought one. How do you explain it? Like this phone now, when I get tired, I'm sure in the next 1 or 2 weeks, after I get tired, another will come. That's a currency, but I'm not spending my money. So let's talk about the first type of wealth, and it is what I call time wealth. Help me tap your neighbor, time wealth. Pastor Boye was going to go into, how precious time is. I'm like, hey, don't go into my note too. Don't go into my note too. But hey, it's not a cliche to say, hey, time is important. Listen, time is more valuable than money. Only that money will make your time more valuable. Do you get it? Should I say it again? Time is more important than money. But money will make your time more valuable. Let me give you an example. If somebody comes today to this stage and says, I want to give somebody here 100 million naira. How many of us will come out? Or more? Me, self. I will remove my heel. I will come there. But the person says the caveat is your life will end tomorrow. Which one will you take? Head down now. People here like money, oh. Brother Sheyi. You will take the money. The person says 100 million, but this time tomorrow you are dead. Which one will you take? Answer me. Okay, team, 100 million, raise your hand. Nobody? Some people raise their hand, oh. Where are they? You will collect the 100 million, and this time tomorrow, your enemy is gone. I'm just trying to make you realize that, listen, You can lose money and make more money. But time, which is a fraction of your life, when you lose it, yeah, you may catch up, but you have lost it. Are we still together? Time. How do you spend your time? I know you want me to talk about, hey, make 20 million, make 30 million. But time, and the good time of time, the good use of time, will determine how much you're able to do with the money or the wealth, the financial wealth that you create when it comes. Time is also not just about 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, I wake up, I sleep, I drink, I go to work. It's about understanding how to be at the right places at the right time. This woman could have decided not to have gone to pick sticks at that time of the day. Do you get it? There's something about timing. I like the the passage that talks about the men of Issachar. And it said they had understanding of the times and seasons, and they knew what their brother or their brothers, Israel, ought to do per time. Many of us don't have clarity because we do not understand the concept of time. Ephesians 5:16 says, redeeming the time. Many of us, I'm not a time coach, but I am saying that what you will achieve in life is a function of understanding how to use your time, how to fit yourself in the right places, how to approach something or someone, and how not to approach them. What you do, talking about reading of books, having coaches, those are the things you decide to do with your time. Listen, I was speaking somewhere and I said, do you know that there's a research that says that every single person in life makes at least 80,000 decisions a day, or choices. You can help me quickly fact find that. That you sat on that particular chair, choice 1, when you came in. That you didn't sit here. That you wore what you are wearing, choice 2. The earring, the shoes, the glasses, the hair you made, the people you greeted. We make a lot of choices. And listen, for those who are wealthy, we are wealthy. The difference is in the choices that we make by the use of our time. There is no financial wealth. There is no wealth creation and multiplication if you do not value your time. That's why they will say elevator pitch. Please, how many hours is elevator pitch? How many hours? How many hours? How many hours? 1 minute. Let's even say 1 minute. So they ask you, you meet a wealthy person or Dangote on an elevator. And he says, okay, hi, yes. I know that this generation, they are not here, Pastor Inda. His phone, they will bring out for selfie. No, those people are they here? No. But the people who understand the concept of time know that they have 1 minute to pitch something. Let me ask you, if you meet, I don't want to say Dangote because there are many other people, right, who are wealthy that are not even famous, but you meet somebody that you admire in an elevator, what are you going to tell them? Excuse me, sir, I really admire you. You are doing a great job, sir. Affirmation? Will you make an affirmation? Will you make a request? Or will you prove a point? Whatever you do is a function of what you have been doing with your time. The Bible says time and chance happen to them all. The time is the preparation. The chance is the opportunity. Are we together? So what are you doing? The Bible says out of the abundance of the mind, a man speaks. You find yourself under pressure. What you do is a function of what you have been doing with your time. You find yourself with an opportunity. Whatever you do is a function of what you have been doing behind the scenes. You have been watching, what are some of the things they watch these days now? Because me, I'm even, Telemundo. Do they still do Telemundo? Z-World, Abby. DSTV or which one? Because we have not dealt. So that when your opportunity comes to pitch yourself for that job, for that role, let me give a very practical example. I run a foundation apart from Smart Stewards called the Fruit Foundation. And it's an NGO for widows. What do? We help them. We've been doing it. Actually, we registered Fruit Foundation before Smart Stewards. But we'll call them together maybe 12 years ago, give them stuff every year, and I'll be like, or every quarter. These women, these widows. And then December of 2022, I just told my team, I said, I want to do more. At our next outreach, let us divide them into cells. The people that are from Bariga, the people that are from... I didn't know why I was doing it. That day, we had called them to give them the usual rice and everything. So, but I just had this, brain wave in my mind. 4 months later, I saw an advert that the U.S. consulate was going to give out grants for spectacular initiatives and all of that. And I'm like, wait, So I put a proposal together. Widows from impoverished areas in Lagos. This is what and what and what and what we're going to do for them. We won that grant, because there was already a conception. And I put a framework together in the past. Some of us want things to happen to us, but we are not actively using our time, using our mind, using our conversations to prepare for the things that we do not have. Listen, a separate widow, a different widow, would not have handled that situation right. Shall we even talk about the fact that she still had something at home? God knew that she was a vessel and a potential. If she did not have that flour and oil at home, I bet God would not have sent Elijah to her, because there would not have been any tool for multiplication. Are we still together? Many of us are praying for miracles. And God says, okay, I want to add my 1 million to your own number. What number do you have? 0. 1 million times 0, God. Do it again. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, many times. You are waiting for a husband. I mean, this is not financial. It's not about wealth. But you are trusting God for a husband. What are you doing with your single days? Listen, marriage is not a scam. But they don't tell you the real truth. Sometimes I look at my 3 boys, I'm like, who is your mommy, Seth? Where exactly is your mommy? Go and look for your mommy elsewhere. I need my time. I need those days when I could do anything I wanted. I was sitting here and I was thinking about the next homework. WhatsApp was dropping from the school. Homework 1, geometry, primary 4, geometry, algorithm, the things that I did not do in my time. Who is going to school? Who is doing homework? So I'm like, gosh, I will value every single time and season of my life. And I will use it to prepare myself. Time wealth. Listen, your financial wealth is accentuated when you understand. You see, wealthy people, we say, I don't have time. You think they're lying or they don't want to see you. The human brain is like a computer system. Last week I told my team members, I said, listen, I need to calm down. My brain is overworking. I am working on 20 projects at the same time, hoping and praying that at least 5 will materialize. When those 5 materialize, no, it's a done deal. And that's how my life is. I watch TV, don't get me wrong. I hang out with my friends. Yesterday was TV day. Like first time, like 2 weeks. TV, is that you? Bridgerton, we finished it yesterday. So don't get me wrong. But balance. You want to become a millionaire. What are you conceiving? You want to become the next fashion designer for whatever. What are you conceiving? You want to start a business. I do this all the time, but I'm not led to do it. I'd have called 3 persons to come and tell us what they can do with ₦1,000,000 each today. And then you see people come out. Actually, if I get ₦1,000,000 today, I will give my mommy 300,000. And then I will do business. You're not ready. You're not spending your time to... I love a quote that says that nothing guarantees a good future like a correct picture. And you cannot feature in a future you can't picture. Should I say it again? Nothing guarantees a good future like a correct picture. And you cannot feature in a future you can't picture. What does that mean? It starts from here. When I was younger, I used to live with my aunt, and she had, our last daughter was my age. 9, 10, 11. We will play on the field. We were living at Igbobi College back then. And then we'll start to fantasize. Oh, when we go to London, we will now buy shoe for this person, bag for this. We were young. Those things were so ingrained in our mindsets that the first time I got to the UK, it felt familiar. I'd never been there, but I had lived it in my mind. When I got on the underground train, I'm like, I've been in this thing before. My mind. So I would rather spend my time ideating, creating stuff, even though the money is not there. If they had told the widow in 2 Kings chapter 4 that she was going to become an oil dealer, she would have said, how? But you know what? She had that jar of oil at home. And she obeyed. Time wealth. Are we still together? Or is the basketball too much? Let's go on to the second one, which is people wealth, or what I call social wealth. That one, I can stay on it from now till tomorrow. Because I have been blessed by having the right people. Listen, Elijah needed that woman, and that woman needed Elijah. But you say, was it not a bird that was feeding? Even God needed a bird to feed Elijah. And then he said, enough. Move to the widow. Some of us, we say the most, I don't know how to put it. People have showed me I can never do anything with people again. May God give you the right people. Amen. May God connect you with the right people in your life. Amen. 2 years ago, I had a very, very, very serious deadline to meet up with an investment. And within 1 hour, we needed to provide 200 million naira so we don't lose an opportunity. Yes. So I called a friend and I said, see, this situation is a serious one. If we lose this thing, we are lost. And then she said, give me a few minutes. 1 hour, 200 million was complete, and my single kobo was not there. People wealth. Now, that wasn't the first time. Let me give you a bit of history. Because some people will say, when I get home now, let me go and call my friends to give me 20 million. The days of 10 million, we will return it in 2 days. And we'll return it in 2 days. The days of 1 million investment club, we would return it in 6 hours. And we'll return it. If we had not done that, how would we have raised 200 million in 1 hour? Sazama, there is something called leverage. And Pastor Linda used that word. I am a product of leverage. I have gotten to places where I pinch myself. I'm like, how did I get here? There's a place for proficiency and skills, but there's a place for recommendation. Have you seen the servant or the son of Jesse? He's good looking. He's skillful. That was how David got into the palace. Listen, there's no amount of wealth. Wealthy people depend on other wealthy people for their wealth to expand. All of these things that we are saying, you'll be on social media, you are bickering, you are abusing yourself. They play. They play. What they do behind the scenes. What makes up the net worth of a lot of wealthy people is money they have collected from bank that they have not paid back. But they are using that money as a leverage to achieve their results. And they say, partner with this collaboration. No, women. But we have signed out of that school. No, me, I can't talk to them. We'll see the way she's looking at me. Look at what she has said. The woman needed the prophetic power that Elijah had. And Elijah needed the small oil and flour that she had. But that's not the complete story. God needed both of them. Who are your friends? Sometimes you need to do a friendship audit. Let me tell you how I, curate my circles. Like Jesus, there's the 70, big circle. There's the 12, smaller circle. There's the 3, yet a smaller circle. And there's the 1. Some of you want to be friends with you. Everybody is your friend. Go and look at the meaning of friendship. There are acquaintances and there are friends. So when you bring something that is meant to be shared with your 70 online, you're doing yourself injustice now. I know that sometimes we itch to share some things. Why don't you look for your 70, put them in a WhatsApp, and tell them, my people, you are my own. I want to resist the temptation to put what is not meant to be on social media there. And there's that one person that knows what the 3 do not know. But everybody you meet is your friend. Everybody is your family member. Ekpeleo. Family member. What are you discussing? So, inflation has been an issue, I get it. Are you discussing, or are you in the group of those who are saying, that Tinubu, next election, ni vote ifun? They play. The people that are making money under this administration, they are cashing in. Me, in my life, I'm not sure I've made any money as much as I've made this year. Because my economy cannot be dictated by the local, national, or global economy. Spiritual economy. And my gifts and talents. The Bible did not say, seest that a man that is connected to the government, and he will stand before. What did the Bible say? Seest thou a man diligent in his. Okay, a word is enough for the wise. People, be intentional. Some of us need to step out of our comfort zone. I love what Pastor Boye said. There was a day, 2 or 3 years ago, I paid for a course with all my savings because I wanted to break into a circle. And I broke into it, and my life has not remained the same. Sometimes you pay for access. Sometimes you are paying for a course not because of that course, but because you will get the necessary access into that person's wider inner circle. And once you are there, your life is made. There are courses that I have done. I signed up for a course that has changed my entire career, and I'm grateful. 2 of them. So they said, one person from LBS sent me a flyer. Shola, your coach, send it to your community. I'm like, my community? Me inko? She said, oh, you are joking. I said, I'll be there. I registered. We went to LBS. I was the one seated in front. I saw all my support. Coach, what are you doing there? Well, are you fast? No, I'm learning. I finished that course. I became top of mind. It was a foreign stuff. I'll mention the name soon. Cherry Blair Foundation. They had a Road to Growth program. 6 months after, they sent me an email to say they wanted to showcase 6 businesses across Africa, 2 from Nigeria. Can they showcase my company. I'm like, are you whining me? I'm showcase, I'm case show, I'm available. So they came to my company, did all the documentary, still on their website. Then last year, we were going to do our UK conference. Me, I follow up. Connectional intelligence. It's not just about knowing people. Well, let me not even go into it. So I went for our UK conference. I sent them an email. I said, you know what? I'm in town, guys. I'm inviting the team to come for our conference. And they said, no, we cannot come because da-da-da-da. Okay. But can you come to our office on Tuesday? I'm like, what am I doing that I will not come? So I went to their office. I did not know Cherry Blair, the wife of former Prime Minister of the UK. How many of you know him? Tony Blair was going to be at the office that day. Time and chance. I had taken 3 of my books. As soon as I entered the office, one door opened. I was climbing the staircase. And it was her. They didn't tell me. I said, oh, hi, Shola. I've heard so much about you. I'll meet you at the conference room. Now, so they play. Oh, conference room filled up. So I brought out my book. She brought out her book too. We did photos. I said, by the way, we have a fundraiser next month to celebrate 100,000 women. Will you be able to speak? Ma, are you whining me? I'm a spokist. I'm a speaker. I can speak. They bought my tickets. On my Instagram page, the very first photo, the second one you would see, is a photo of myself and Tony Blair. Now, what they did not then tell me was that at that event, Tony Blair himself will be there. So I gave my speech, did my thing, says that a man diligent. And then somebody taps me to say, that was a very good speech. The rest, as they say, is history. Many doors have opened. How did it start? A flyer that was beneath me. They said, Coach Shola, send the flyer to your women. I said, me, I am part of the women. I have many examples. You cannot want to build wealth and alienate yourself from people. I can't deal with those kind of people. You can't be broke and proud at the same time. Broke, ready to choke, and you are still prouding. You don't know that a credit alert any day, no matter how small, is bigger than a debit alert. Where are the men here? Valentine's Day, you take a girl, beautiful girl, to the restaurant. And you tell her, welcome, wound me, take anything. And you know you have only 20,000 naira in your account. And the lady, very modest lady, she decided not to wound you. She just ordered, hey, are you not eating? I know, I'm fine. I ate before I came. And your bill came, 20,250 naira. You know that if you present that card, what happens? Transaction. And then you go into the restroom and you call your guy, send me 500. Will 500 save the day or not? So why are you saying there's small money? Come on. You are not making money. You are not going out of your comfort zone to say, what can I do? I put up a post yesterday, a few years ago. I was consulting for a company, and I would take my lunch every day. Around noon, everybody will be complaining, oh, come and go and buy stuff for us. Then they will say, transport, ma. I said to buy donut, transport is 1,000 VI. So on my way home one day, I was so furious. For the first time, I saw a snack shop around my house, so I packed. And I said, tomorrow is Friday. I'm coming to pack snacks to resell. You're going to give me a discount. So I packed it Friday morning, took it to work. 1 hour, I gave it to my office assistant. She had sold out. I said, On my way back home that day, I said, I'm not selling again. Come and teach me. And that was how, in addition to being a chartered accountant, I became a chartered donut maker. Chartered egg roll maker. Because I understand that money you are calling small is a seed. Are seeds not small? Are seeds not small? when you use them the right way. Many of us, we have a lot of misplaced priorities. Your first car, it has to be a Range Rover. They play. I'm not saying don't think big, oh. I'm just saying they play. We have allowed social media, the glamour, the lies, we are setting very unrealistic expectations. Forgetting that, listen, even God is stooped down to take dust to create Adam. People wealth. Physical wealth, number 3. I have about 3 minutes more. Some of us don't associate wellness, mental wellness and physical wellness, to building wealth. Listen, I'm not here to come and tell you about saving and budgeting. Pastor Sheyi and Pastor Inda, we will do that during the panel. But let's rewire ourselves. If you are not in the right frame of mind, you cannot create wealth. They are fighting on social media, your comments are 20 out of 200. What are you doing with your life? You think you are just wasting time, but you are also expending mental energy. Then you sleep at night, you are having different dreams. How can you ideate when you are putting your nose and your mouth in the things that do not concern you? Some of us, you are like, no, when I have money, I will take care of myself. You don't sleep well? May that money not meet you in the hospital. You don't take care of your mental health. You put your nose in what doesn't concern you. This woman was physically fit enough to come and gather sticks. Now the person where fit gather sticks. So, women, shall we talk a bit about our wealth, about our physical wealth? I know the wigs, the clothes, the shoes are nice. But how about internally? You are 40, you are approaching 45, you don't take supplements, you think you are still that 20-year-old girl? No woman here will experience cancer in Jesus' name. Or any terminal disease. There are some sicknesses that money cannot answer to. And they are preventable. You are 40, you have not done your mammogram. You have not done pap smear. You eat, listen, money will come. But the little that you have, apportion it well, use it well. You are not eating balanced diet. One day money comes to you, you now go and order shawarma. Shawarma is that healthy food that you need at that point in time. You are not intentional. We like to look good, makeup, everything. And your body is, listen, our body speaks. In recent time, I lost my eldest brother. He would have been 60 in September, 3 weeks ago. Burial is next week. Totally avoidable issues in some cases. Let's take care of our wealth. So that when the money comes, which is the last one, financial wealth, we have the mental bandwidth and the resources to enjoy it. Are we still together? Now, we talk about financial wealth. Give me 2 minutes like Pastor Boye did. Under financial wealth, we then talk about how you manage, multiply money. I've dropped ins. How do you make more money? Money gravitates towards value. And value is a function of what you can do. Some of you are sitting on talents. I tell people, you can monetize 5 things. Your passion, your proficiency, your potentials, your personal experiences, and your personality. Everybody here has a small flower and oil in their homes. But don't be proud. Don't be lazy. You don't want to think there's ChatGPT. I was on a group yesterday, and somebody was supposed to deliver something. And by the time the person wrote the thing, the person said, at least go and use ChatGPT to do this thing now. I'm not sure there's any generation that is as blessed as our generation. Do you agree with me? We have technology. We have mentoring. Our parents didn't have those things. Generations unborn will blame us if we do not make use of those things. Go back home. What can I immediately monetize? I just gave you a story of how there was a need and I started to sell egg roll and donut. For as long as I did that business, it gave me good money. I stopped it because I'm like, am I submitting your egg roll? Please. I wasn't ready to put in systems and structures around it. Make money. How? Before you go today, meet at least 5 people. Exchange ideas. What do you do? How can I help you? What value can I bring to the table? Manage money. Then we talk about budgeting, saving, investing. And then we talk about multiplying money. I believe we would, touch on these things. But let me leave you as we talk about building and sustaining wealth. You remember when I started, I said cash is not the only form of currency. There are other 4 forms of currency I want to mention, and I'll drop the mic. The first one is what I call credibility. It's a currency that you can spend. People can swear that, if this person says so, she will do it. Number 2 currency, credible contacts. I already talked about it. Have the right set of people in your life. Number 3, competence. Don't blame people for what you are not competent. Some of us, we have changed jobs 20 times. We keep blaming others. It's because you are largely incompetent. Number 4, character. And then number 5, cash. Those are 5 types of money you can spend under financial wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, make money, but the goal is to build wealth. Those 4 types of wealth that I have described. I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you and not to confuse, right? Thank you and God bless.
Please put your hands together for her once again. An amazing. I believe we can do better. Thank you so much, Ma. You are indeed the money woman. Please let's have our seat. All right, so like I mentioned earlier when we started, one of the things we're going to be looking at today, or one of the features we're going to be having today, is a panel discussion, and that is what we are about right now. Okay, and we're going to be talking about our personal finances. And to do justice to that, I want you to jam your hands together even as I call up these people. They say ladies first, but I want to give her a minute to breathe, right? So I'm going to start with the MD of Codras Assets Investment Limited. We call him Pastor Boli. But he is Gwalaho, I know. Please come up, sir. Please put your hands together for him. Like I mentioned earlier, the advantage of conferences like this is that you get to meet people that you would not ordinarily meet, on your way, wherever it is you're going to. Also, joining us is a financial instructor and educator. He's also a financial influencer, the popular Shady Assistant. Please put your hands together for him. And last but not least, the money woman herself, Shola Adesoye. Please put your hands together for her. Put your hands together for these people. All right. So we're going to be talking about our personal finances, and basically what we're going to be looking at is mastering your finances. And when I saw this topic, the first thing that came to my mind was, why would you even want to master your finances in the first place? And I think it's because we want to, at some point, have some level of financial freedom, the ability to do the things you want to do without having to, pinch pennies or, save, as it were, save for 100 years. Like that man who was trying to buy a fan in a song, and then he saved and saved and saved. And when he was eventually able to put the money together, the price, inflation had caught up with the price of the fan, and then he had to start saving again. All right, so to kickstart, I would want to ask you, Ma, what is financial mastery? Now, you look, when everybody sees you, we have this idea. She's so put together. Were you born? Because I know that at some point I read that, I think I remember you saying in one of your videos that you were earning a large amount of money at some point, and at the end of the month, you couldn't really tell what you had done with the money. How did you make that transition from that point up until now?
All right, thank you. You didn't even allow me catch my breath. But it's okay. All right. So financial mastery, in my opinion, is the ability to take on the mindset, the knowledge set, the skill set, and the tool set to win with your finances. Listen, when we were born into this world, we were born as empty, like an empty canvas, as a baby. From day one, actually from the womb, the baby starts to form patterns. When to eat, so we're largely a function of the things that we have learned. So when we talk about mastery, just like we heard earlier on, it's about unlearning what is not right and taking on what is right, so you can, make the most of your finances. I qualified as a chartered accountant about 23 years ago. And in the earlier part of my career, I was always broke. And, we think that because we have gone to school, we know what it takes to understand how money works. No. They teach us how to become lawyers, doctors, and accountants. It's only in recent years that financial literacy is being introduced into school. So I was that broke accountant whose finances were scattered. I was earning about 500,000 17 years ago. And 2 weeks after salaries were paid, I was broke. Because I had the mindset of an accountant, but I didn't have what it takes, the mindset of financial mastery and literacy, which is what I tell people. There are PhD holders who are broke, master's degree holders who are broke. Financial literacy is a different ballgame. So I went through a lot of hard knocks, personal experiences. I unlearned the things that were wrong. What were the things I was doing with my money? BA is doing sales, we go. 100,000 tickets to London, we go. Because I didn't know better. So, illiteracy or ignorance is not an excuse. So you are either ignorant or you are aware. So choose the one you want. So, like I said, financial mastery is having, first of all, the right mindset about money. Being aware that, okay, I need to get my finances in place. Then getting the knowledge. How? Read books, attend webinars, join communities like Smart Stewards, where I laid. Like, he's going to tell us the name of his community. That's the knowledge. Then the skill set, know how to save, how to budget. Where should I put my money? What is money market mutual fund? How can I access it? Mindset, knowledge set, and the skill set. And then tool set, like the things they say at Core Draws, some of the resources they provide. So what I'm saying in essence is financial mastery doesn't jump on you. It has to be deliberately and intentionally acquired. And it doesn't matter. I mean, I've gone from being broke, ready to choke, I'm proud, to putting money and forgetting monies in investments. Because life is run by principles. When you do the right things, the results will follow.
Awesome. I'd like to go ahead. You can put your hands together for her. I'd like to also mention that at some point we'll be taking questions from the audience, but do send your questions to slido.com, hashtag 3450429. I believe the link will also be on the screen. So please send your questions there. We'll take questions at some point. All right, Sheyi, my question is, tell us, because I know you, right? And I don't think you were this put together. I mean, you have become like, you're popular now. You're known as a financial educator and instructor and influencer. How did you make that transition? You know, I remember you had some drama at some point. I don't know if you want to share that. Yes, please go ahead, because I think that would encourage someone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I want to start by reading this that I wrote down while I was there. Don't run with another man's word. Get yours. There is more. In 2022, I was seated somewhere around there. This is my church. I was there somewhere around there. And Pastor T, thank you. Thank you for just doing what you do. And he just gave the word. Right? The word was something around what you're doing now is insignificant. As you start to do it more and more, the light of God is coming upon you. The word was so strong, I knew it was my word. When I got home that day, I played that part on our YouTube page and literally wrote down that prophecy, and I started to pray with it day in, day out. Then I had like 1,000 followers, or nobody knows my papa. And then I was also in a situation, I'd gotten into a series of debts. My wife helped. She took out all her savings. Women have money in piggy vest. She had taken out all her money in piggy vest and given it to me. We used to have 2 cars. We've sold one. At a point, I converted the car. When I'm coming from work, I would do Yanoworo. What's that thing? Yanoworo. I started forgetting now. Ikoyi, I'll carry passengers to my vehicle so that I can make, money on the side. I remember I have an insurance policy then, And Pastor Omi, thank you. Pastor Omi is my account officer in the insurance space. I didn't even tell her before I withdrew the money. You are saving for your future. I said, it is somebody. Let me save myself now. Before the future, let me save myself now. So I took all the money, was just trying to pay off the loan. And then I started reaching out to some people. Bishop, thank you very much. He just spoke that word to me that day, and it was as though a veil was lifted up my eyes. He just said, why are you just paying and all of that? And for me, that was also the turning point, coupled with the word, the prayer I've been praying from that time. I just committed time to doing what I was doing, the little thing, the simplicity at which I write my content. I really am not, even though I read accounting, even though I'm a doctoral student, I'm going to get a PhD. That doesn't matter. I want to break down things so that my audience can understand. I just share simple stories every day. I come online, God, what story would you have me share today? And I share the story. That's what I do, literally. So, out of sharing these stories, I started getting responses from people. And there are things that I do, things happening in my daily life are things that I share. And as I start to share, I start to get responses. I started seeing the numbers go up. 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. And it's not even the vanity metrics. It's not the numbers. But the opportunities.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. A lot can happen in 2 years. If I tell you, there was a time I was in church. I sat beside someone. Let me see whether the person is here. When we started doing pay offering into account, right? And Pastor Bola was the one that made an announcement that day and said, oh yeah, your offering, pay your offering and all of that. And everybody logged into their account. Yeah. God forgive me, oh God forgive me. And I mistakenly saw that person's, the balance. Yeah. Many zeros. The song that came to my mind, I'm serious. Jesu Yoshe Yanu. Baba Miyo. But today, I check my account balance and I'm seeing the number of zeros. I'm getting my statement of account, for my investment, yeah. Codros, Cardinal Stone Partners, yeah. All the guys that I deal with. And I'm checking, I'm seeing these zeros. I sent money to my wife. We paid after school. We paid some bills. And then I'd forgotten that we've paid it. I just asked her again that, babe, please, have I paid for this? I'm going to send you money for this, but but you have paid now.
Too much money.
I paid. I've forgotten that I have paid.
Yes.
A lot can happen in a very short while. But to bring to conclusion what I'm saying,
Yes.
get your word. There is a word for every person. Don't miss that word. And let me tell you what my itinerary looks like for the rest of this year.
Yes.
Right? 24th, I'm speaking to a group in Canada. I'm going to OAU. I'm going to Crawford University. I'm going to Umaya. I'm going to some school in Zuba. Places that I've never heard before.
Yeah.
I'm going to London this year.
Yes. And
A lot
all
can
that
happen.
happened in the space
2
of
years.
2 years.
A lot can happen.
Now, I before you drop the mic, I want to ask. I hear you saying, or you said that, at some point you had to, because of the financial stress, you had to do like carpool, right? What were the, okay, so you had your word, right? That's one. And then at some point you also had to, do the carpool. What were the little, what would you say was like maybe the little, because I think the power of compound effect is also very important here. Sometimes we think it's in doing the big things, but sometimes it's really in being consistent with the little things. So what were the little things that you just changed and you were consistent with?
Okay, I think the first thing is, if you are broke, broke. There are two kind of people. There are those that are broke, which is just a temporary state. They are broke because they have their money in investment. But we have the broke. Those that are broke and they don't have money anywhere. So if you're in that space, your 5 to 9, let's say you have a job, you have a 9 to 5. The inverse of that is your 5 to 9. Your 5 to 9 becomes an asset. You can't be broke and you are sleeping and you're saying weekend. After church, you go home and sleep. It's not possible. Your 5 to 9 becomes an asset. Let me tell you, apart from that carpooling, another thing I do, that I still do now, I just got a message from one of my clients, and I'm not joking. While I was seated there, wait.
We believe you.
She said, this is just now. Good afternoon, Shay. Please, what souvenir item can I get for 15K each? Lagos Market.
And you're in Abuja.
There is nobody that knows Lagos Market more than me. Gorodom, Balogun. Oh, Jesus. Guys, let me not take time. Let another person just talk.
All right, please put your hands together for him. And yes, I can attest to that because I think you've done. So, Pastor Malao, I want to ask something. She said something about, it was she who said something about, paying his debt, My question is it a wise idea to pay up your debt with loans? Because I know people are seated here now, and I'm sure that there's someone who has a debt and he's thinking, how do I get out of this? Do I take a loan to pay up the debt?
Okay, thank you and welcome everybody. So it's not a straight answer, and it depends on the debt. So if I'm going to get a cheaper debt to pay off existing loan, that makes sense. So if I have a loan at 20%, I'm able to get a cheaper loan maybe at 10%, that can make sense. But in that case, if you are taking expensive money to pay a loan, it doesn't make sense because it's still that same debt circle. But as much as possible, I think people should try and avoid debt, except you are using it for investment. So in investment, they tell us that debt is cheaper than equity, and which is true. If I'm able to see an investment that is going to give me a better return than my cost of debt or the money I'm paying on the loan, it makes sense. It's a no-brainer. However, if I'm taking debt to live La Vida Loca, I'm traveling over the world, I'm buying iPhone 15, I'm driving cars I can't afford to impress people that don't care about me, that doesn't make sense. So it depends on what you're using debt for. Debt can be good if it's used to good use. And look at it, any big company usually have a debt on their book. So they'll tell you about your capital structure, and you can have a good level of equity, a good level of debt. Dangote, for instance, is always in the CP market, raising commercial paper. But it just needs to expand its business to scale. So debt is not a bad thing. It's the intention, the use of it. And taking debt to pay your loan is also not a bad thing if it's cheaper than the existing loan. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so in short, don't take a loan to do low spending, right?
Absolutely,
flex.
yeah.
All right. So, Ma, I want to ask. You talked about. By the way, I read that online when you talked about a chartered accountant being a chartered donut maker. It was really hilarious, but it was really impactful. Now, there's this concept. Some people say when you're doing too many things, it's like you're being a jack of all trades. How do you balance that with multi streams of income?
All right. So let me try and unbundle that question very quickly. Why should you have multiple streams of income? Your expenses are multiple in nature. And in most cases, it's hard to be able to meet all your expenses from one source of income. That's reason number one. Reason number two is, money is so fickle that money loses value all the time. For example, you had $360,000 in your bank account 6 years ago. You could buy $1,000. If you had left that money as $360,000 in your Naira bank account, by now you would have realized that it was. If you had converted it to $1,000, you would have had that $1,000. And that's why you see wealthy people. Why is Elon Musk moving from Tesla to Twitter, from Twitter to space? It's not because they just want to do many things. They are also secure. Remember my topic, building and sustaining. It takes a whole lot to sustain the money that you have, the wealth that you have. Every single day, money is depreciating. So when you look at it from that point of view, it gives you a reason to want to sort of fortify your income base. Now, coming to the question, if you do many things, would you not be termed as, a jack of all trades? I tell people that there's a stage in your life where jack of all trades, you don't have to be master of all, which is fine. Sometimes you are jack of all trades because you need that multiple sources of income to make ends meet. As you consolidate your resources, as you find your bearing, it gets better. Why did I drop donuts and egg roll? My finances became better, and I'm like, you know what? I'd rather use my time to do, because at that time, I would stay all night with my house help. Something that I just wanted to experiment, and then it became and all of a sudden, people were calling, Ma, we need 200. I'm like, hey, no. I'd rather use my time for something else. But whilst it lasted, I enjoyed it. So, if bills are multiple in nature, you have to find a means of augmenting and ensuring that your needs are met. So, you don't have to be master of all. I tell people, like 4 years ago, I had about 12 sources of income. And I still tell you till today.
Sorry, did you say 12?
Yes.
Okay. That's a record breaker.
There is no single day of my life where I don't get a credit alert. Up until today. Today's alert has come in. It's a function of systems. But there are things I do that don't make it to social media. What I want you to know me as on social media is a chartered accountant, a finance and wealth coach. That's all you know. But there are many things I do that you don't know. So don't be that person whose page has Gary, has Egro, has Weavon. Be known for something, but back end, consolidate. Do things that will help your finances and help you meet your needs. So jack of all trade, master of none. I don't have to be a master of none, of all, as long as my needs are met. But when you hear of Shola Adesoye, what comes to mind? Every other thing, the monies that I made back end, they give me more money than what you know me for. But I'm fine with it. Do you see? So I'm encouraging you. The goal is to get yourself to a level whereby you put in the right systems in place so that your needs are met, whilst you are known as master of one. Extra. Do you want me to share the 12 sources of income? Who wants to know?
Please go ahead.
Now, just to give you an idea, they're basic, simple things. I call them my C's. Some of them I don't do again because time and, levels have changed. But if opportunities still come, I do them. Number one is my career as a chartered accountant. Like my profile read, I'm an accountant in 3 continents. Nigeria, Africa, the UK, and Canada. I don't actively practice accounting again because my passion has moved, has changed. But I'm still a chartered accountant. I pay millions every year. How can I leave money on the table? So I partnered with someone who has a passion for accounting. I bring in the clients, she executes. I just know that end of the month, money comes into my account. That's number one. I'm a coach, finance coach. I coach individuals. I coach high net worth individuals. Some of these other things that I run after, when one of my clients pays me, I'm okay for the year. So I coach. Number 2, C. Number 3, C. Are you still interested? I earn commissions. I sell tickets. As I am. What does it cost me? I signed up on big ticketing agencies. Waka Now, Travel Start, Travel Den. Some people are too lazy to go online, to go and buy tickets. So they come to me and say, Shola, I need a ticket. On some tickets, I make 1 million naira. What did I do? I sit behind my computer, I check from to, I do all the details, I give it back to you. I earn commission. You can be an affiliate. And it doesn't have to be commission tickets. There are companies who are looking for people that can sell their products for them. But you know, all these, there's a popular term that we say now. You are trying to post, trying to impress people that do not even care about you. So commissions. I'm a creative. I design websites. And not just any type of website.
You design websites.
I design and I build websites.
Wow.
That is why the people that work with me, they can't use me to do yanga. I'm a very spontaneous person. I can wake up in the middle of the night and I want something up. You know, I call them and I say, Madam, okay, in 2 weeks we will do it. You're wasting my time. I go online, bang, 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 I fixed it. There was a time in my life I was doing social media management for people. I made money from it. A credit alert is always a credit alert. I don't do that anymore, but I'm telling you, the young people, that's why I'm saying, what are you doing with your time? How many C's? Number 5, I told you I'm a confectioner. I went to learn how to make donuts. Yours truly, chartered donut maker. God forbid, if my enemy is broke today, it's a skill I can always fall back on. When you learn things, you learn it for yourself. Give me flour, sugar, butter on this stage. I will make donuts, egg roll, scotch egg, and I will sell. Money gravitates towards value. Value is a function of what you can bring to the... Are we still together? How many C's? Number 6C, I am a conference speaker. I've spoken in places where the money they gave me as conference speaker fees is more than what I will get in 1 year from my investments. So I continue to own my skills. Tell yourself, I am the asset. Some of you, you are looking for investments, which is good, which is fine. I'm not against investments. But sometimes, when you invest in yourself, the money that you will make using your gift and talents, one time will give you all of the money that your investments will not give you in 2 years. How many C's?
6.
Let me stop there.
Yeah, please put your hands together.
Because of time.
Because somebody is busy writing. All right, Pastor Bolao, I want to ask, have you ever made a bad investment?
Definitely. I don't think there's anyone that's ever made any. I don't think there's anyone that's not made a bad investment. I've made couple of bad investments, but they're there to win more than you lose. Yeah. I usually share the popular story of when I tried fish farming with a friend, and the fish just stopped growing. We kept feeding the fish. All of a sudden, I even took my daughter's school fees then, put into the fish farm. But of course, I knew there was money coming and all that. So we sold at a loss. But at work as well, there have been some maybe wrong investments. But I would say over time, because investments sometimes are in circles, you're able to understand the financial markets. So the chance of making losses are being reduced. And I'll say sometimes you just need to do it afraid. You need to have all the facts. So I'm not saying you should make an investment with not having facts. I think the mistake is that a lot of people take wrong investment decisions. They don't have enough knowledge. So get enough knowledge. Try to know the risk in every investment and what are the mitigants. So people just go into investment blindly. Every investment has risk. Yeah. So know the risk, and for every risk, know that there are mitigants. And if you're able to sort of take all the mitigants, then can go into the investment. I think another thing is
so how do you spot those red flags in an investment?
Okay. So the popular case is the MMM. And I can remember when that happened, I was so sure that it was just a matter of time. I can remember telling my wife that this was going to just fold up. A lot of people in our office were doing it. And I don't think she did it, but she was also, but these people are making money now. She sees them making money and all that. But eventually they folded up. So when investment does not have any underlying assets, what are they investing in? That's a red flag. The person that is in charge of the investments, maybe just one person, it might be a red flag because that's a key man risk. Yeah. What if that person is no more? If the investment or the vehicle is not registered as well, that's a red flag. So track record as well. What is the track record of that investment? I want to tell you that this thing is guaranteed. You can never lose money. That's also a red flag. And I can remember when all these agri-tech companies were sort of taking expensive money, maybe they say 30% for a month. I knew that a lot of them were going to fold up because it wasn't sustainable. Yeah. So understand the underlying assets from that investment. Yeah. There should be a track record and what the sponsor of that investment. And if all those boxes don't tick, those are some of the red flags for that investment.
All right, thank you very much. Shea, I'd like to ask you, balancing. I mean, some people are entrepreneurs, some people are professionals. How do you balance? Because I know that you do both, right? How do you balance being an employer and being an employee, being an employee and being an entrepreneur, doing your own thing?
Okay, I think the word balance should be thrown out. A lot of times you can't really balance things. You just have to do the things that you need to do. So there are times that some things are more important. This is where the scale of preference comes to play. You know, it's just like talking to a married woman, right? There are times that you need to put a scale of preference. And let me give an example. I got an opportunity. I got a job in Abuja, right? And when I was talking to people at my conference, I held a finance conference in Abuja, and one person asked the question, and it happens to fall on the Women's Day, right? So if it was my wife who got the opportunity to move to Abuja for a job, would she have taken that step? Maybe not. Because on the scale of preference, our kids are still small, right? They need her at that point in time. So what I'm saying in essence is this word balance. There are times that Oma Fisibikon. You have to,
Okay, so
this
how
is
do you
what is
manage?
more important. So for me, I think it's delegation. You must be willing to trust people more. There are times that I set aside some things. I have some invitations that I can't honor because I have to do things for my boss. We have a calendar. I've planned the year out, right? These are things I need to do. I only take invitations, or I only honor invitations on dates that are free, that we don't have anything to be done in the office. Yeah. So that's what I do.
All right, please put your hands together for him. Quickly, we will take questions now. Okay, so this person says, how do I begin my investment journey? There seem to be so much buzz about investment, but no clear guide on how to start. I'm 40 and I'm worried I'm late at this. Yes.
Well, so I would say never too late to start. There's no better time to make a right decision. So you can start from where you are. Interestingly, a lot of the billionaires worldwide, if you look at the statistics, they began to make money in their 50s and in their 60s. So as a 40-year-old man, you are still young. What I would say is that just start simple. There are different kinds of investments, but you need to understand investments. So you can start with a simple money market fund, for instance. What that does for you, it gives you capital preservation and gives you liquidity. And understand your life cycle. So for instance, how much am I making? Do I have a job? How much can I afford to keep? Do I have kids, for instance? I remember a story, someone that has retired, earned a lot of money while working, and he went to put all his investments in a risky investment, and he lost everything. At that state of your life, you can't afford to do risky investments. So you need to understand your life cycle. What kind of investment can I take? But I'll say start small, start simple, start with like a money market investment, fixed deposit, commercial paper. Those gives you guarantee. Then, of course, begin to read investment articles. You can register with an investment firm. What they do for you is that they do research, they give recommendation, and that helps you. But it's never too late to start. 40 is too young. So please start your investment journey.
Yes, please, go ahead, quickly, ma.
First of all, Lord and Lady Fela and Durotoye. Good afternoon. All right, so what I want to say to that question is the word buzz. See, we get carried away by buzzes, and that's why we make a lot of mistakes. Based on what we already said earlier on, financial mastery has become very important to have. So it's not just about the buzz. Everybody says you should invest. That's not enough reason for you to invest. We have established that you have to become aware of the need to put the right things in place regarding your finances. We have established the fact that you need to learn how to make, manage, and multiply money. So you move from awareness to getting knowledge, and from knowledge to getting the right skill set and having the right mindset. So don't invest because there is a buzz about investing. Invest because you understand that investment is one of the ways you can sustain the money, the wealth that you are creating. Make it, manage it, multiply it, then learn how. So that buzz, there will always be buzzes. And there will be buzzes about the kind of investments you should do. And that's why we don't know about some things and we dive into them. We come out, fingers burnt, and then we are looking for the next buzz. May our lives not be run by buzzes. Get knowledge.
Yeah, I think that's a good place to end. Please put your hands together for our panelists, Pastor Bolaho, Mrs. Shola Adesoye, and Sheyi Abiodun. And also, I want us to just remember that, like the first speaker said, you know, it's an information is not powerful until you add power to it. Thank you very much.
What a powerful session that was. Put your hands together for them one more time. Wow, so much to learn about personal finance. We want to especially thank Mrs. Shola Adesoye. Thank you so much. That was a ride from your main speech into this panel, but it was really impactful. We bless God for you. God bless you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Lord and Lady, I woke up this morning, I just snapped up like, how am I going to address Mrs. Fela-Durotoye? Should I say Lord? Should I say Lady? And we didn't know that you were going to come. But we are blessed to have you today. Please put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them. I don't know whether I should say this, but rarely do you get a presidential candidate to attend your event. Come on, come on, come on. We are blessed. We are blessed. And this might be a sign for somebody. Don't let me get prophetic on you. All right. All right, but very quickly, so once again, we thank both of you for coming and all the very special people that have come today. Sheyi, you're such a rising star. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Thank God for what you have become. You're an example of what God can do about a life. How God can bring someone from obscurity and pain. We bless God for you. And thank you for the courage to rise from the merry clay of your financial mess. And that's some kind of hope for somebody, that no matter how deep you've gone, No matter how lost you are, God can find you. And thank you for saying, find your word. Find your word. Because that's the most powerful part of it. Find your word. Why am I preaching now? Oh, God. Oh, I'm feeling myself. Why? Pardon me. All right, but very quickly, we're going to play 2 videos for you. And the convener will come after these 2 videos to explain why we did those 2 videos and why Kingsword International Church Ikeja is doing what we are doing, why we are having this conference apart from other things that we are doing to touch lives. Not long after that, the delectable lady Tara Fela-Durotoye will be coming up, but it's not going to be my job to introduce her. Enjoy these 2 videos. God bless you.
Design is what we use to communicate ideas and tell stories to the right audience. Hi, my name is Adesoye. I'm the founder of Caesar Graphics and Caesar Graphics Academy. I'm a creative entrepreneur with over a decade in design, branding development, and training. For anybody that wants to go into design, one of the greatest tool that you need is discipline. There's the part of you studying, all right, the principles of design and understand how to use the elements and the gadgets to get the job done. So being part of a community is very important for anyone that wants to grow in his or her field. And that is why the Money Matters professional community powered by Kingsword Ikeja is very important. It's an opportunity for training, networking, and personal development in your chosen field. Now, guess what? Graphic design is also part of the training available. To register, follow the information on the screen. I'll see you in class.
The Money Matters Conference, powered by Kingsword Ikeja.
Do you know Michael Saylor, the founder of MicroStrategy, currently worth $4.4 billion? Do you also know Elon Musk? He made over 50% of his current net worth from a popular token called Doge, and also another token called the Baby Doge. The question is, how much are you worth? And if you have answered this question, then the next question is, how much would you like to be worth? My name is Michael Damilari Bello. I'm a financial market analyst in the digital space and also a token creator. I used to be a farmer turned financial market analyst. In 2019, there was a financial breakdown in the country, and also there was COVID-19, which really affected the global world and also affected Nigeria as a nation. So I went bankrupt, and I decided to learn a new thing. This is a market you can earn daily, you can earn weekly, you can earn monthly. It depends on how you want to position yourself in the trading aspect. You can easily learn this by getting yourself a good mentor and a good coach, which if you're fast in learning, it won't take you more than a month, just like me. And if you're slow in learning, it will take you more than 3 to 4 months. You don't really need any skill. All you need to do is just know how to read, how to draw your candlestick, which we're going to train you. You can see that these are the patterns and all the candlestick we draw here. So I didn't know how to do all these things when I started, but I learned it within just a month. So anybody can learn. It doesn't matter your background, doesn't matter whether you're a graduate or not a graduate, even if you're a secondary school dropout, you can learn this and become a good person. Now you have the opportunity to learn all this for free and also get a free mentorship. All you have to do is to join Money Matters professional community.
The Money Matters Conference, powered by Kingsword Ikeja.
Wow. How has it been so far? So much light, so much inspiration, so much of experiences, that has been poured forth. And I trust that everyone here is grabbing their word. Do I have a witness in the house? All right, so like the videos you just watched, we don't want the conference to just end, as a one-day event. Shola Adesoye mentioned that she has ventured into learning about so many things and acquiring so many skills that she was able to use when it was necessary, and when she thought she didn't need it, she was able to drop it. The stories of the two gentlemen that you saw on the screen are people that have learned skills, are applying those skills, and are willing to build a community. I know that many people here that have time on their hands, and like Shola again said, time is wealth. What are you doing with your time? What can you learn with your time? What value can you add to yourself? So this is an opportunity for you to be part of a community of people that are learning one skill or the other, are learning one talent or the other. We're starting with the graphics community, and also a community that is going to be learning crypto trading and FX trading. I believe there's going to be a QR code projected on the screen. So if you want to be a part of the community, it's free of charge. All you need to do is to sign up. You're going to get to a site, give your name, your details, and all that, and an email is going to be sent to you. If you don't get the email, please make sure you check your spam messages. But let this conference not just be a one-day thing. We want this to be a continuous learning process. People adding skills to themselves, people investing in themselves, and making themselves the assets that can be deployed to their world. All right. So we're taking it a notch higher right about now. Is someone really excited? We're going to be listening to Lady Tara Fela-Durotoye. And I believe that definitely she has something unique that she's going to be, communicating to us. She's someone that has succeeded in the space of innovation, introducing a new industry into Nigeria, scaling up that industry to a global, reputable brand. I'm sure you have something to learn from her experience and how she has thrived over the years. So we're going to listen to her bio right about now on the screen. And once that bio is done, we're going to receive Lady Tara Fela-Durotoye as she speaks to us this afternoon.
Tara Fela-Durotoye is a beauty entrepreneur who pioneered the professional makeup industry in Nigeria in the late 90s. She is the founder of House of Tara International. She is considered a major force in the Nigerian female entrepreneurship community, having created an impact business that has empowered tens of thousands of beauty entrepreneurs through the Tara Beauty Entrepreneur Initiative. She was on Forbes' list of top 50 Africa's most powerful women. She is an alumnus of the Lagos Business School Chief Executive Program, INSEAD Abu Dhabi, Yale University, the Stanford Seed Transformation Program, and the Harvard Kennedy School. She serves on several boards, which includes Bridge International Academies and Africa Women Entrepreneurship Cooperative, AWEC, New York. She is an associate member of Women in Management and Business, WIMBIS. Tara Fela-Durotoye will be speaking on how to build a sustainable business.
To register, visit bit.ly/TMM conference. The money.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. I'd like to start by saying thank you, Pastor Tunde and Oyinda Akiemi, for the invitation. Truly appreciate it. The last time I was here was Jimmy Tewe's 40th birthday, many years ago. Super excited to be here. It was my 23rd wedding anniversary honeymoon. Yes, you can clap. It's not a joke. To my beloved husband, and we have a tradition every year where we take time away to just enjoy ourselves without anybody else. So we've only just arrived this morning, and I'm still basking in the enjoyment. So you guys have to be patient with me. It's my first time speaking in public since I came back from my honeymoon. Please also bear in mind that my boyfriend is in the audience. And I'd like my boyfriend to just say a few words before we start.
Love is sweet, oh. Marriage is sweet, oh. Money is sweet, oh. But nothing is greater than the sweetness of God when it is God who is the foundation, who is the central nervous system of your life. Because without God, money can cause trouble. Marriage can run into trouble. Love itself can turn something into something. You know what I'm saying? But when God is the one that puts it all together, everything can be sweet. So I want you to please, on behalf of my girlfriend and I, we've been committed to an eternal honeymoon. From the day that we got married, we said we are never coming back from honeymoon. So if anybody said to us that, when did you come back? We will say never. We are still on honeymoon now, 23 years. And I have promised that the day after forever, I will still be in love with her. So 2 things I want you to do for me. Number 1, I want you to please help me just rise and appreciate this gift that God gave me as my 30th birthday present. I got married to her on my 30th birthday. So my 23rd anniversary was also my 53rd birthday, last week Sunday. So please help me put your hands together. You are about to listen to the most prolific thinker and executor that I have ever met. I'm not kidding you. There are very few people that I have met that have the capacity to take a thought and translate it into results. She's strategic, meaning she has the ability to see into the future and take decisions today that will deliver it. She is smart, but one of the most incredible things about the woman you're about to listen to is that she is a consummate learner and reader. But that's not all. She is deeply relational. She, more than anybody I have ever met in all of my life, has the capacity to build and maintain and sustain deep and impactful relationships across board, across ages, across generations. She has deep friendships with people that are 70-year-olds, and she has deep friendships with people that are 17-year-olds, and even 8-year-olds, 7-year-olds tell their mothers, please, I want to speak to Auntie Tara. So she has a broad bandwidth. The lady that you're about to speak or listen to, she is the reality of her message. Not many people, many people, they say, do you practice what you preach? She preaches what she practices. I want you to please open your heart wide and receive the wisdom, the experience, the expertise of this incredibly brilliant woman, of whom I am so well pleased and humbled to be called her husband of 23 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please receive Tara Fela-Durotoye.
Please be seated. Women, open your eye, go market. Tear it as you are going to the market. So that when the men come and they're asking you, open your eye very well to choose properly. How many of you watched my video that said I did a SWOT analysis? My husband said I'm strategic. I'm able to look and make a decision today. Go and look for that video. So if you have 5 people toasting you, make sure you do a SWOT analysis. I did my own. That's how I ended up here. And listen, girls, if anybody told you that there are no good men out there, they have lied to you. There are men who would love you, who will nurture you, who will take care of you. Somebody asked me, how was your trip to the US? I said, did you enjoy your time in the US? I said, I don't know if I enjoyed my time in the US, but I enjoyed my husband in the US. That was my response. Yes. So any enjoyment you think that I have enjoyed is 1% of what I'm actually enjoying in real life at home because of this man. So I want you not to have this impression that social media has sold, that there are no good men, that all men are horrible. Some women train their sons well. Yes. There are some women that did a good job to raise their sons well, to be polite, cautious, caring, nurturing, empowering. Yes. It is possible. So if they told you that they don't exist, that will become your reality if that's what you believe. So as I'm standing here now today, wipe any idea in your head that there are no good Christian men who follow Jesus. They are not Christian just for mouth, but in their behavior, inside the house, they follow Jesus. It is possible for you to find them. But you need to also ask yourself, are you the Jesus girl? Are you really the Jesus girl yourself? So I wanted to make that point clear today because I know that there's a lot of conversations actually right now online, and I wanted to debunk it. And guess what? My husband said I'm very relational. I have at least 30 women who are powerful, successful women who are happily married. I'm not talking about small, I'm talking about women who their husbands take care of them well. I'm not talking about financial taking care of. That's just a small part of it. It's knowing what you want, what you need. My husband knew that I wanted him to come with me to this place. He hasn't slept. He hasn't slept. On a 7-hour flight, he didn't sleep. But he said, my wife will want me to come with her. Because we just come, and I know my wife now, she wants me to be following her everywhere now, at least for the next few days. So he's thought about my desires. Women, tell your neighbor it is possible. Okay, so let's start with Luke 19, verse 13. Can somebody put it up, project it on the screen for me, NKJV version. Luke 19, from verse 11, actually. Luke 19, from verse 11. And by the way, the guys who are in the room who did not learn before, you can learn now. You can learn to be a good man. So when people see your wife, they will not know how old she is because you've taken so good care of her. That you are the true epitome of a husband man. That when your wife is praying, she will say, my God, bless my husband for my sake. That if my husband is lacking on this or that, because he has treated me so well, and God will hear because of the way she's crying. Not crying because you beat her, like PDD. Don't be like PDD. But it is possible for you to change your ways. If you haven't learned it, go and find a mentor, because there's two people, you are only 2 people away from the person you're looking for, who can mentor you to be a good man. So that when God's daughter comes to your house, she's better for it, not worse for it. Okay. You can clap for me, men. Now, as they heard these things, he spoke another parable because he was near Jerusalem and because they thought the kingdom of God would appear immediately. Therefore, he said, a certain nobleman went into a far country to receive for himself a kingdom and to return. So he called 10 of his servants, delivered to them 10 minas, and said to them, do business till I come. Can we open, just remember this, do business till I come. Can we open to Proverbs 13, verse 22? Proverbs 13, verse 22. Okay. Can we read this together? The key word here is inheritance. Inheritance comes from heritage. It's something that you leave for someone, and you can only leave an asset for someone. And building a business is building an asset. There was a lot of conversations earlier today about you being an asset. Another asset is a business that you can actually build. So I'll start by saying, 26 years ago, I founded a company. I started with a passion. Lady Shola talked about how you can start a business with your passion, isn't it? I started with my passion. I've handed the business over to a new managing director. I am only 47 years old. I'm not yet 60. I'm not yet 70. Because there's still enough time for me to do other things and start other businesses. But what you have heard me say is, I built an asset. I built a business, and I was able to hand the business over to somebody to say, take this asset, continue to run it so that it can continue to multiply. You know, she talked about make money, manage it, and do what? Multiply it. So what I did was, I took a passion, made money from it, managed it for a season, ensured that it multiplied, and then handed it over as an inheritance to somebody else to run with a mandate that this business is a kingdom business. It is for God's kingdom. It is an asset in your hand responsible for a season for you to also make money with it, also manage it, also multiply it, and hand it over again as an inheritance to another generation who she will also mandate to make money with it, manage it, and multiply it, and that person will hand it over as an inheritance to somebody else to do what? Make money. To what? Manage it and to multiply it. How many people in this room are committing to build global businesses? They will make money from that business, not just for themselves, for the kingdom, but they will also ensure that they manage the businesses well so that that business can be multiplied and it can be such an asset that you can actually hand it over to a new generation. How many people here are committing to that? Don't be afraid. Put up your hand. It's okay. I did it, and I started with 15,000 naira. Yes. In this same Nigeria. In this same Nigeria. Somebody will say, but it is not as hard. Nigeria is not hard. Nigeria was hard then. We have never had a time that it was not hard. It's just all manner of hardnesses. And we all adjust as the time comes. I remember when they brought coal-pots to our house. I remember when I was a child and my mother said, these are the following food you can no longer cook on the gas. Banga, you cannot boil on the gas. I'm a Shekiri. So one of our food is banga. And banga takes time for you to cook. It takes hours. She gave the instruction, you can no longer eat cooked beans on the fire. These are the things you cook outside in the coal pot. We have not gotten there yet. At least my children are not using coal pots. They are still using gas. But there was a time. I remember the time we stopped using planter butter, where they brought Blue Band. So planter was the butter we were using at home. And my mother said, no longer can we use planter anymore. There are people here, do you know planter? Okay, okay. You remember that time? And then they now brought Blue Band, margarine. Not only that, she started serving it by herself. She was not leaving it on the table. That time, planter, they will bring it and allow us to take what we want. Now she was rationing it. She decided that bring your bread. In short, no. Before you eat the bread, they would have buttered it. Because she was trying to manage resources. So my point is, Nigeria has been hard before. It's just a different season of hardness. But what I tell people is that the people who survive it are those who decide that this Nigerian economy is not my source. This Nigerian economy is not Jehovah Jireh. When they taught us the names of God, never did they say Yahweh is Nigeria. Never did they say Jehovah El Shaddai is the government of Tinubu. No. They said Jehovah Yahweh, who is also Jehovah El Shaddai, the multi-breasted God, is the God, the keeper of Israel, that does not sleep nor slumber. In which case, who is the owner of the cattle on 1,000 hills? And that is my source, not the Nigerian economy. So throw that information and don't join people who are making those conversations. Don't join them all. If you join them, you have become a part of that economy. So I will start with, I want a picture of Time magazine. I sent Time magazine, does anybody have it? In 1965. I want to elevate the conversation a little bit. I know that we are here, but my husband said I'm strategic. So I want to project you people to what is possible. To what is what? Possible. So that when you live here, you are floating in the air of what is possible. Before I got here, I started with 15,000. You saw a picture of me, right? Do they have the Time magazine? No? Okay. Okay, in 1965, there was a Time magazine feature of Nigerian millionaires. What year did I call it? What year did I call it? I need that picture on the screen. Can you help me send it to the guys? So I sent you a presentation. It's a deck. Just send it. They have it. Okay. Can you project? I just want that picture. We may not be able to look at it completely. I want some visuals. How many people is there anybody here that was born in 1965? Before you were born, Time magazine did a feature of Nigerian millionaires. And they cut across all the geopolitical zones of Nigeria. It's funny. Ojuku's father was featured. Dan Tata, the great-grandfather of current Dangote, was featured. Odutola, of the famous Odutola fame from Ijebu, was featured. Akin Braithwaite, of the insurance fame, was featured. Their ages was from 24 to 60-something. So there's no age category that was not included. In 1965, they were not millionaires in Naira. They were millionaires in pounds. Can you see that cover? That's the cover of the magazine. In this 1965 feature, Nigerian millionaires were featured. My point to you is that there is nothing new under the sun. Things are going to continue to happen. The question for me to you is, are you going to be counted? Are you going to be counted? Without the resources that we currently have, this is what happened in 1965. This was what they called successful businesses. One of the people featured was called Adesoye. He was an ex-banker who decided, I want to start a business, and he called it de facto bakeries, of a necessity that something Nigerians would need to buy every single day. And he started the business making baking bread and opened multiple locations. You remember we talked about multiplying. So it wasn't enough that he was making money. He ensured that he multiplied it. He was a bread baker was featured here. Another person, he was exporting peanut and cola nuts out of Nigeria. Each one of these businessmen were described as successful. But how many of them do we know today? How many of them do we know today? Do you know Dan Tata? How many know? Few, right? How many of you know Akin Braithwaite? No. Just maybe one or two, handful of people. Okay? How many people know Ojuku's father? He was in transportation. Hardly anybody. Okay? But these were successful businesses. I want to let you know that not all successful businesses are sustainable businesses. Not all successful businesses can be an inheritance. Many of these people who were millionaires were not able to transfer those businesses from one generation to the next generation. When they were no longer around, that was the end of the business. Some of them, the minute they died, it was the end of that season. That's not what God wants for us. He wants us to build sustainable businesses that can become an inheritance. Business is an asset. Tell your neighbor, business is an asset. I want you to project a picture of a soft drink. Can you put on the... that's how we know the old people in the room. Tandy Goran. Did we love this drink? Did we enjoy it? Does it still exist? As children, when this advert comes on, we all run out to come to the TV. Did it happen in your house? So it was a loved brand. It had a following. It was recognizable. When we saw it, we thought about that taste, tingly taste of apple. It was like lacasera kind of, isn't it? Right? But today it's not here. At the time when the advert was coming on TV, it was a successful brand, but it was not a sustainable brand. Tell your neighbor, I will build a sustainable brand. I found that advert, that Tandy Dogorana advert, the girls who were singing were Wumi Obe and Angela Emua. Angela Emua is the current chairman of Punch newspapers. Now, let's talk about Nigerian sustainable brands. Punch newspapers celebrated 50 years, April of this year. Let's give them a round of applause. 50 years. The founder only ran that organization, I don't think was for more than 15 years. So let's say the last 35 years was without the founder. A sustainable business, by my definition, is any business that can continue to grow even after the passing of its founder. Continues to what? To grow. Today, the chairman of Punch is the founder's daughter, who's now in her 60s, or late 50s, maybe 60. Before her was his son, who was chairman. They've had minimum of 5 or 6 MDs, none of them were members of the family. Punch is arguably the best run publishing house in Nigeria. With strong values, they are known for their strong values. They are known to be a strong voice of opposition or for justice. They were one of the newspapers who fought the military government, hands down. They had the audacity, the effrontery, and they stood with it because they had people who were committed to the vision. The founder was not there. He had died. But the values continued. This is how somebody's going to stand here in 25 years and give a case study of House of Tara in Jesus' name. But those things don't happen by happenstance. It's not a coincidence. It's a deliberate, intentional decision by either the founders or those who are running the organization that this business will be sustainable. Why did I decide that House of Tara will be sustainable? It was driving to Lasu, and you have to pass Osho the Express Road. At this time, Tandy Gorana factory is on the express. The name was even there for many years. You would actually see the name on the body of the building. And I watched it, and every time I thought to myself, whatever happened to this brand? But then I started to recall many other Nigerian brands, founded by Nigerians, built by Nigerians. Some people's pensions died in those businesses. And as those businesses ended, it also meant that jobs also died. Opportunities for more jobs died. Opportunities for Nigerian business to become globalized died. It died with some of those founders. Some of the founders didn't die. They just moved focus. In other cases, they died. In other cases, the businesses were not managed properly and they went into bankruptcy. But time and time again, this became the standard story that we're hearing of Nigerian businesses. I'm standing here excited that Punch celebrated 50 years. And not 50 years struggling, 50 years powerfully. Powerfully. Corona is about to celebrate 70 years. Corona Schools. It's about to celebrate 70 years of being a Nigerian chain of schools. The pride for me is that even though there are not that many, the few that I see is what I'm going to focus my eyes on. Because if my eye be single, my body will be what? Full of light. And the light that I want to see is that it is possible for me to build a business that is sustainable. I have started it, and it will continue. Amen? So 69 years Corona, Punch 50 years, House of Tara counting down to 26 years. So it's not enough for your business to be successful, for it to be sustainable. It's important that you think beyond. Success is good, but sustainable is even more important. But how can this happen? I think about IBTC, the bank. What are they called now? Standard IBTC Bank. It celebrated 30 years about 3 years ago. And if you listen to Mr. Atedo Peter's side, talking about that time, because of course I'm very interested in sustainable businesses, I kept hearing about certain things that made it an institution. So you see that it was deliberate and intentional. Don't wait to start a bank for you to build a sustainable business. You can start a small business with 15,000 naira. Maybe not 15,000 anymore, maybe 100,000, right? Because of the value of the naira. But you can start a small business and decide, the same way Tara decided, that I will build this, my small business, to become a sustainable business. But IBTC did it. Chess Center, company founded by Mrs. Awoshika, is now being run by a different management team, and they've been running it for almost 10 years. The business still continues to grow. So, what I want us to think about is sustainability is equal to growth. There is no sustainability if there is no growth. So, what are we growing? If I want my business to be sustainable, I want to make sure that that business continues to grow with me or without me. This is what makes it sustainable. So, there are 3 growth I want you to think about when you're thinking about how do I ensure that my business is sustainable. It's your growth. The ability to grow yourself. The ability to grow your people. The ability to grow the business. It's 3. Grow yourself, grow your people, and grow the business. Grow yourself. Grow the people. And grow. I can't hear you. Grow. Is there anybody in this room that flew for 7 hours to Nigeria? If you are in this room and you know, your voice should be louder than my own. So, grow. Grow. I don't care how small your business is. I started small. The thing is, I didn't have someone to teach me what I'm teaching you. So there were many mistakes I made along the way that if I had known, I would not have made. But hey, that's why we're here. To teach from our mistakes so that you can learn faster and you can move faster. So you must grow yourself. Intellectual humility requires you to seek for knowledge. Intellectual humility requires you to do what? Seek for knowledge. As people of faith, we spend time in church every Sunday. The activity of coming to church is for learning. So we must embrace that culture and also take that culture outside of the church to our work, to our businesses. Every Sunday, the pastor has taken a theme, studied it. We come here, all of you come with your books and your paper and your bio, isn't it? And after service, you and your husband, you and your friends, you guys discuss the service. That same culture that we have imbibed in the church. Take your biro, take your notebook, and learn about your business. Business has life cycle. And you must identify where your business is today. But the life cycle that I'm a church girl. And I sat under a teaching ministry. So when the Bible says, study to show yourself approved unto God, a workman that needs not be ashamed. Timothy, 1 Timothy what? Please, that's fine. Can we put it up on the screen? The idea of that scripture was taught to us as young teenagers. And that, my husband said I'm an avid reader. I read because the church taught me to read. The church taught me to read. Sometimes it's as if we that come to church today, we don't understand the practices that the church initiates us into. And we take it and we don't allow it to affect us in other areas of our lives. One of the biggest authors that I followed for many years was Bishop Oyedepo. He wrote on everything under the sun, to the extent that he built a publishing house printing his books. He designed his services in such a way that after every message, there is a recommendation of a book. Before the concept of book list came, today we hear of Bill Gates' book list. Oyedepo had book lists. He will tell you the name of his book to buy. He will tell you the name of Kenneth Copeland's book to buy. He will tell you the name of Kenneth Hagin's book to buy. Where did Christians become lazy? Or become intellectually proud? And we don't want to learn. I watched a documentary called Inside the Brain of Bill on Netflix. How many people have watched it? Go and watch it if you have not watched it. Don't waste too much time only watching entertainment. It's entertaining but intriguing. Bill Gates reads 50 books in a year. In a year. I don't know how many books Oyedepo, but at that time he used to tell us the number of books he was reading. And the thing about books, and Oprah said it, said books expand your mind, takes you away from the limiting place that you are to a far place. It projects you. Guys, let's read. Because we have to grow what? Ourselves. And growth comes because we study. We study and study and study. Listen, if you are not good at reading, start small. I don't read 50 books a year. I wish I did. But I read about 24 books in a year. So you can clap for me and say, I try. You can start with reading one chapter a day. Or you can start with reading one page a day. Give yourself some space to catch up. But But decide every day, before I go to sleep, I must read one chapter of a book. You can even add it to your devotion time. If you are a very strict, you follow your spiritual routines, because you know you will pray, add reading one chapter to your devotion time. Because that time, sacred time that you have set apart to study the word and pray, you know you will do it because it comes easy to you. That's what they call habit stacking, where you stack two habits together. Something that comes naturally to you and something that you're finding it difficult to do. Take one chapter. But don't leave this conference just acquiring knowledge. Go and do something with it. Go out and decide, I'm going to read. But don't just read anything and everything. What information gap do I have? Is it AI? Is it finance? Is it investment that lady or guy talked about? That there's no information about investment. That is a call for growth. It means she needs to go, or he needs to go and find information and constantly begin to study on investment, because that is an area of gap in this time. So growth, grow yourself, study to show yourself. Paul, the most learned apostle, no small wonder he wrote 2/3 of the New Testament. No small wonder he's the one that's most talked about. Because he read. You hear him talking about, bring my parchments, right? As you are coming, these are the things you should bring. But bring my parchments, bring my books. And we are not going to create the culture of reading. If we don't read, our children will not read. Very likely. That's the example that they want to see. And not matter how much you tell your children, they learn more by what they see than what they hear. So look at the season of your business. Are you a startup? Are you in the growth stages? Are you in the expansion stage? Are you in the succession stage? Whatever the stage is, make a decision that you want to develop yourself per that stage. My first stage, startup stage, was I was a makeup artist. And I used to go from house to house doing people who were getting married makeup. And they would pay me for that service. I will go. At that time, what I needed was to improve my skill. And where did I go to school? I went to Charles Fox in London. It was a training school for makeup artists. This was many years ago. But I sought out knowledge. Today, you don't have to go to London. You can sit in your house on YouTube and learn all the makeup skill that you need. In many cases, you can actually go to a makeup school around the corner, because every community in Lagos has a makeup school. Am I correct? Yes. So that's the startup stage. I don't know what business you are in, but ask yourself, I am in the startup stage of this business. What information do I need? So my skill was important, but I was also running a small business. I needed to learn how to run a small business. I registered for a program. Not one, not two, multiple. Faith Foundation is there. There are now many programs. Your church is now organizing things. Churches are designing programs. Don't go and sit in the class and just learn. Take the information, run with it, do something with it. It was Shei, assistant, that talked about how he took a word. He went to do something with that word. Whatever the stage is. When I moved from my startup stage and went into my growth stage, as I was growing my business was now growing. And I was not just doing makeup anymore. At some point, I actually stopped doing makeup because I wanted to focus on building the business. I went to LBS to do an owner-managers program. That time, it was 800K I paid. 800,000. I couldn't pay it in full. I negotiated with them to be paying every 2 months or so. The program was by a year. But I took the information that they taught and went to build my business based on that. As I started expanding my business, I was expanding across the country. So at some point, 1 year, we opened 10 branches in Nigeria in 1 year. As I was expanding, I also needed to attract the quality of people that could help me manage those businesses. I had to take it to another level. I went and I registered for the CP program because I had now recruited people who were high level. I recruited somebody from Microsoft. I get mind. Yes. And I told her that she should show me her pay slip. Yes. And I will pay you what they were paying you. Yes. And she came and she worked for us. The second person I employed had left KPMG, was working in Shell. And from Shell, she came to work for us. A makeup artist. By the way, the first senior executive person that I employed in my growth stage, by the time I was employed, so I was already in my expansion stage, right? The guy, wife, said, you are going to go and work for that makeup. He thought he must be, what did she put in her mouth? He was at LBS. He was the best in his class. I said I wanted a GM. I contacted a friend of mine. I said, I'm looking for a GM. I want somebody from my... He said, there's one guy. He was the best in the class. I said, that's the guy I want. I recruited him. He's now the CFO at one of the international cement companies. But he worked at House of Tara for 1 year. And he helped us set up our franchise model. Yes. Yes. Listen, your business is limited by the size of your mind. The growth, the potential of any business you have is not by dreaming or by saying, I want to be Dangote or following Tony Elumelu. It's not by that. It's by developing your mind for the place that you want to go to. So that you get to a point where you have some desires that when you tell people that you have those desires, they say, are you crazy? They can't see it. The reason why you have the desire is because you stretch your mind. What is it that makes me think I can employ someone that works at Microsoft? My mind was stretched from carrying a makeup box, going from house to house, paint this bride's face, enter another taxi, jump to this. I'm trying to let you know the smallness of my business when it started. But that same business, I brought in an MD, handed the business over to her, and stepped back. Come on. Not because I'm sick, not because I'm old, but because the time is up, and my time was up. So grow yourself, grow your mind. And growth will come in different ways. Sometimes growth will come because there's bad feedback. Customers are complaining about your product. We saw Tandy Gorana, one of the drinks they brought to our house had Spirogyra in it. Yes. But when you see those sort of things, there's a systems problem. Don't run away from it. See it as a call to growth. When a customer gives you a negative feedback, don't let it shrink you. Let it be a what? Call to what? When you lose a good employee, the person leaves and goes and starts their own business. And you have to replace them. Don't shrink. Let it be a what? Call to what? It's calling you higher. When you lose money, you make an investment. We brought in makeup cases. Our products have cases that we have to. And we brought them 80,000. It disappeared. It disappeared. It did not get to us. They could not find the ship. They could not. It elevated. It just evaporated. I went to China, found out they were counterfeiting my products. They tried to sell Tara to me in China. And the lady saw my countenance, but she thought that I was just being, maybe I didn't believe. So she wanted to convince me about how good the product was. Then showed me how they export it to other African countries. To convince me that it's a good product. But you're Nigerian, you should know these products. I went to my room, I was depressed. Couldn't come out for days. But the Bible says, and David encouraged himself in the Lord. I tested my brand recognition, my brand's goodwill, my brand's reputation. It was a call to growth. It was a call to growth. is growth does not come because you just sometimes desire growth to come. Sometimes growth will come because there are negative things that happen. See them as a call to growth. So if a friend of yours spoke to you this morning and told you about some problems in her business, send her a text this afternoon to say, my darling, this is a what? This is a what? But how do you grow yourself? One of them is, number one, to learn. Okay, we talked about learning. But number two is to listen. It's a very famous quote that says, there's a reason why God gave us 2 ears and what? He wants us to listen more than we speak. Listening is actually a skill. It's a skill. And many times we think listening is only with our ears. No, we also listen with our eyes. There are things that are said and there are things that are unsaid. And you can listen just by looking. And listen to who? Listen to your customers tell you what you need to do next. When we started to expand our business, the reason why we started expanding geographically was because our customers were calling us from different parts of Nigeria. That is how we knew that it was time to expand. When we started to go into African countries, it was because our website was telling us something that our customers were saying. Listen to your customers. So your customers will tell you what you need to do. But you must also listen to your employees. If you employ one person, listen to them. If it's two, listen to them. If it's only a cleaner, listen to the cleaner. Do you know that sometimes your cleaner is cleaning? You are attending to the customer, you're not paying attention. The customer sends a text and your cleaner read the text. Do you know that? It's possible. And so never, ever underestimate the power of anybody that God puts in your house. Because that person can be your Joseph. The Bible says because of Joseph, God blessed the house of Potiphar. Potiphar was a servant. My nanny told me that my son, there was a problem with this child. He said, Mommy, do you notice that every time we go for school, I have 3 boys. He said, do you notice that every time we go to school, this particular one is always holding on to your legs? As a mother, I thought it was cute. My son is always running to me instead of running to go and play. It was cute. But the concern in her voice, the concern in her eyes that this thing, I don't know, I'm not brilliant enough to know what it is, but I kind of feel. And I know these children because I'm the one taking care of them at home. So I can tell that this holding on your leg is not normal. And then I started to pay attention. God saved me. God saved us. God is kind. He will always send you people. Always. He will never leave you stranded. You can decide not to look. But every time there is somebody, sometimes it's not one, it may be 2. But the one, the Bible says, he that is faithful in small, in the little, let that servant that is working for you, let God see your faithfulness in how you take care of that servant. This woman, this lady I'm talking about who talked, my son was 5 years old. She worked for us for 16 years. 16 good years. And I look back and I thank God for her. That boy is going to graduate next year. And I know what we would have missed out if we did not make some decisions at that young age for him. Today he's a scholar. He can be a scholar because we fixed those things early. We fixed them because we listened. She was listening with her eyes. And I'm saying to you, there are Josephs in your space that you have disdained. In your business that you have disdained. If it's one person that you have employed, honor that person. Because God is speaking through that person. So listen to your employees, listen to your customers. But also lead. So I said, learn. How do you build yourself? You build yourself by learning. You build yourself by listening. And you build yourself by leading. What did John Maxwell say about leading? He says, leadership is about knowing the way, showing the way, and going the way. Leadership is about what? Knowing the way, showing the way, and going the way. When you are called, when growth is calling you to lead. So I'm now employing more people, from one makeup artist to multiple makeup artists to go to different places. After a while, I start opening locations. I have to have managers in those locations. My growth is calling me to what? To lead, isn't it? And it's calling me to lead, but it's calling me that as you are leading, you must first of all know. So I now have to know how to manage multi-locations business. What did I do? I went to find out information. I bought a book on retail that's as thick as this. I read every page of that book. I had two, one in my car, one at home. I read it because that was retail. How do you make retail special with makeup artistry? There was nothing like that in Nigeria. Nobody had done it before. So there was nothing to copy and paste. There were no malls in Nigeria. So I had to know the way. But not just knowing the way, I also had to show my people the way. How did I show them? By doing it myself. So that people can learn by what they see. So, you must know the way. You must go the way. Knowing the way is also about vision. It's important that you must be able to visualize what it is that I see. So I told them, I said, I want every person who walks into House of Tara to feel loved and enjoy the experience by what they see, what they smell, what they touch. So you walk into a House of Tara and they say, welcome to House of Tara. They were doing that thing before people started doing it all over banks. Those ones are just copycats. And why? What I was saying to them was, this is the experience that I want people to have in a House of Tara store. What was I doing? I was vision casting. And then by showing them, I was also vision sharing. I showed them and said, this is what is possible, this is what is possible, this is what is possible. If you are called to lead, if growth is calling you to lead, it's calling you to know the way, it's calling you to show the way, and it's also calling you to go the way. So you listen, you learn, and you what? You lead. But you have to grow your people. You have to do what? Grow your people. Growth is also about growth for your people. If you are the only one growing, you are not growing. If you are the only one growing, you are, if Jesus, the Messiah, could make sure, invest time in taking his 12 and spending time with them, teaching them with parables, teaching them with scriptures, teaching them to bring it down to your level. What was he doing? He was building his people. That's growth. The minute you start investing in people, you start investing in people, you start investing with people, what you're doing is you're calling yourself to growth. Your business will grow because of that. And when you are growing people, think about it this way. You must think about K, S, A. I don't want you to forget. Right? I want you to think about what? Knowledge, skill, and attitude. So if I'm going to build my people, I have to build them with skills. I have to build them with knowledge. I have to build them with attitude. Let's take knowledge, for example. Knowledge is, this is the business, this is the work you've called this person to do. Tell them what they need to do. Don't assume they know. Assume that they don't know. As a business owner, I started with assuming that they knew. And then I got my hands burnt. And time was wasted. I don't want you to waste your time. When you employ from the get-go, make it a point of duty to tell them what your expectations are. This is how to do this particular work I've called you to do. But you also have to give them skills. Not just skills for now, but skills for tomorrow. So you came as a makeup artist, you leave as an entrepreneur. Because I don't just teach you how to be a makeup artist, I teach you how to run a business. Lastly, I teach you attitude. I don't know how many of you follow me on social media. How many of you follow me on Instagram? Very few. Only women. So the guys don't follow me. Jesus is Lord. Okay, my husband follows me. Thank God. Now, Oh yeah, follow me. Fela-Durotoye. Okay? There was a post I did recently of the 10 values that my son, I don't know if you watched it, where he was reciting the 10 values. Every House of Tara staff had to recite those 10 values every day. Because the world out there is teaching them things. When they come to work for you, you have to teach them what you need them to know. And many times what you're teaching them counters what the world is teaching them. If you want to grow your business, you must grow your people, especially in Nigeria, where we have some cultural problems around values. So at House of Tara, you must know the company vision and you must recite it. You must know the company mission. You must recite it. You must know the core values for which we stand. Those 10 values, each one of them you have to recite. People have left House of Tara, and when I posted it, they will say to me, they will say in the comment section, oh, I remember when I was House of Tara, I still recite it till now. We have a responsibility to groom the people that work for us. Jesus said, go into the world and disciple the nations. That's discipling the nations right there. I tell people that I'm not a pastor, but I am a shepherd of a flock. And every single employee of House of Tara is a member of my church. Not any religious church. Not I'm a member of House on the Rock. Not that all of them are house. There are Muslims in my organization. My PA for 10 years was a Muslim, but she quotes the Bible. Do you know why? You know why? Because before you say 5 things, I've said scripture. Before you say 3 things, I've said scripture. Before you say 100 things, I've called scripture. Before you say there's a problem, I'll tell you what the Bible says about the problem. After a while, there was one day I was in an audience like this and I was speaking somewhere. And I said, Bible says, be anxious for nothing but in all things. I just saw her mouthing it. Be anxious for nothing but in all things by prayer and supplication, make your request known unto God. So after I now asked her, she said, many years ago, she used to have anxiety attacks. And then one day she came to tell me in my office that she had anxiety attack. I now wrote something for her in a piece of paper and told her that she put it under her pillow. Anytime she wakes up in the night and she has anxiety, she'll bring it out and she should just say it. That she'll be okay. She did not know it was a scripture. When Jesus said disciple the nations, how did he say we should disciple the nations? Did he say we should all open churches? The place where your organization is an altar unto God. That business, those people that you are employing, whether they are 2 or 3, they are your members. When Jesus said, go ye into the world and disciple the nations, what he was saying was, baptize them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost, teaching them to do all that I have said. And lo, I will be with you even unto the end of the ages. There's a promise to it. If you do this, I will stand by you. So they are Muslims. It doesn't matter that they are Muslims. I disciple them because they were sent to me for an assignment. Nobody knows whether tomorrow their husband is going to be a GO. And when the man becomes a GO, she'll say, I remember when I was at House of Tara, I was discipled. And discipling is not when you call people to come and pray and sing. Go. No, other one is gimmick. What is your life saying? Is it a miracle? Somebody was speaking to one of my employees and they made a statement. She said, Fela-Durotoye, nothing can happen to her. The person said, why? He said, if nothing could happen to her in 2020, nothing can happen to her again. Why? They saw me walk by faith. They saw me walk by faith. We steward people by how we respond to our challenges with the word. That's it. So somebody in your office comes to you and tells you that there's a problem, and you tell them this is what God's word says about this situation. It's not by calling them to come and pray and sing and do worship songs at 12. No. All those things are acts. People want to see God move. They want you to tell them, listen, I have a miracle working God. This problem is going to be solved like this, like so. And it happens. That's what God is calling us to do. That is what God is calling you as an entrepreneur to do. There's no one. People have left House of Tara and told us that when they were in House of Tara, they grew spiritually. It's not a church, oh. No. They grew closer to God. Because the atmosphere was such that it forced people who had become lukewarm, for their spirit spirit to be reignited. Let us walk around as fires of the Holy Ghost. Let our business be another church, if you know what I mean. Let people are not going to church sometimes because they don't believe. Do you think they will believe in me? They will believe in me because I'm just an entrepreneur. They don't say anything, so they come unguarded. God will give me a word of knowledge for you. Are you joking? One of my Muslim staff told me, say, TFD, now that you have retired, are you going to go to prophetic school, or what do they call it? She said, prophetic school, or what do they call it? She did not even know, but she knew the term. And she felt I was functioning in something. Why did she feel so? Because there are times where I would call her and say, so and so. She said, how did you know? It happened in my house. What are those gifts of the Spirit for? Do you think they are just for fancy? The gift of the Spirit is so that we can manifest here on earth. That's called to growth, right there. Tell your neighbor you are being called to growth. Sarah is challenging you to call to growth. Okay, so we train our people, give them knowledge, skills, build their character. Let them become better human beings simply because they can. Am I correct? And if they are giving you their life, should they not share in the honor of this table? They must. So your language must change. Your posture towards them must change because they are giving of their sweat and of their blood. Honor them for that sweat. Doesn't mean that all of them are good, but if Jesus could have Judas, who are you? Ask your neighbor, who are you? You will have some betrayers in the system. It's all a call to. It's all a call to. But Jesus did not say because of Judas, I will condemn the rest. If he had done so, there will be no church today. Judas went his part, but the remaining 11, he kept them. And he continued to grow them. And he told them, stay here, wait, and come in. And I will endow you with what? Power from on high. He kept the 11. So make sure that you don't throw all of them away. Because there's still the 11. Okay. So grow your people. Give them a sense of ownership by sharing the vision with them. But also give them a sense of succession. We will not build a business if we don't talk about tomorrow with the people. Tell them, I'm building this business as an inheritance. I'm building this business for tomorrow, not just for today. They did this video of my founder said. Have you guys seen that thing that's been trending, the challenge? Majority of the people that said it was, my founder said, House of Tar is not just about me. House of Tar is not just about a person. House of Tar is about a system. It's about a process. They were repeating it over. It's one of the things that they heard me say over. I've been saying it for at least 15 years. And when I called them to say, well, I'm handing over to a new MD, it made sense to them because they had been hearing about it for years. Some people cried, though. And I told them, I said, you want me to stay here forever? Lie. My time is up. Also, grow your people, give them a sense of ownership, give them a sense of succession, but also give them a sense of pride in the business that they are doing. How do you talk about the business? Are you focusing more about the problems, or you are focusing on the good things and the values that you are bringing to the table? Give your people a sense of pride in the business, the building, the things that you're doing, the customers that you're serving, the customer feedback that you're getting. Talk to them about that and give them a sense of pride. Lastly, you must grow the business itself, okay? And there are different kinds of growth. There's geographical growth, there's product growth. So you started with one product. I started with makeup artistry. I was serving brides. And then from there, I moved to training. Today, we have training centers across Nigeria, training. We're training for governments now. We're even training, we're just about to start training for a European, one of the governments of, from the European Union. That's what consistency does. That's what consistency does. So you can grow your products, but you can also grow geographically. Like I told you, when you listen to your customers, sometimes you begin to know. But you can also grow your brand. And I know that we are also very fixated with the word branding and what have you, some of the things that tickles us. But not that superficial branding of logo. No. Ask yourself, when people hear about my business, and I think Shola did a test today earlier on, right? When you say you are now a brand, is when you are recognizable, even if you are recognizable on a street. You are still a brand. Even if it's on a street, please give her a round of applause. I love that thumbs up. Even if it's on a street, but make sure that as it's recognizable, people tie it to an attribute. What is the attribute that people on that street attach to to your brand that they recognize? What is the attribute? What are the traits that comes to their mind when they recognize your brand? So your brand must be what? Recognizable. It must be what? Attributable. Recognizable and what? Attributable. And it must be recognizable. It must be attributable. The recognizable can be in a state, and it's okay for it to be a state. There are people who have built businesses on one shop. They call it mom and pop shop, and it's from there they send their children to school, university. It doesn't have to be multiple locations. But when people think about 24 hours, you'll be there. They know. Then you are there. That is what they attribute it to. Is that if they come to your shop, they may not find everything. They may not find a large quantity, but they'll find something. So I know that if I go here, I will find a razor blade. I will find a thread. But this is what I've attributed to this brand that I recognize. So it must be recognizable. It must be attributable, but it also must be desirable. The thing that you are selling, I must want it. I must what? Want it. On that street, that thing that you are selling, I must want it. But lastly, I must find it valuable. So you can grow your brand, you can grow your product, you can grow in locations. You can also grow financially, and I think we talked about it a lot today, so let me leave that. Lastly, you must grow your institution. You must grow institutionally. And what I'm trying to say is, when we're thinking of building a sustainable business, and we're saying we want to build for the long term, ask yourself one simple question. If I am no longer here, who else can run this business? Don't say there's nobody. Don't start with that. Okay? Say, identify the next person. And do what? Decide to create some things that make it possible that if you are not here, that person will be able to do the work. Is that simple? So imagine that you're 17, you have to pack up your bank and leave the country, but your business must continue. And you have a 17-year-old nephew who's living in your house. That 17-year-old nephew says, Auntie, I see that you're rushing off. Uncle, you're rushing off. What about the business? And the nephew seems concerned. But I'm at home. I'm having my gap year. I'm not doing anything. Let me go and help. Okay? What can you give to that your nephew in the hand? On how to open shop. On how to bank the money. On how to attend to customers. These little things, document them. As you document them, be consistent in ensuring that the things that you have documented is what you are living, what you are doing, what your 17-year-old can copy and see. But you must document it all. I want to ask you a question. How many of you's mother's stew tastes special? Your mother's stew tastes special. Okay. Put up your hand, your mother's food. Now put down your hand. How many of you here can cook your mother's stew exactly like she can? Put up your hand. Exactly. Put up your hand. Now, guys, everybody look around. Look around. Can you see there are very few people who can cook their mother's stew exactly? Can you see? Do you know why? Do you know why? Because your mother used to cook her stew by her own taste. Nowhere is it documented as to the measurements, how much pepper, how much tomato. When she's teaching you, and you ask her, Mommy, how will I know? You say, you will know. So yes, you can cook stew, but it does not taste exactly like hers. But we have heard of many brands like Auntie Jemima pancake syrup that is sold all around the world. If you taste it in Nigeria, it tastes the same way as in America. How did they do it? Auntie Jemima had that syrup and created it and multiplied the brand in such a way that everywhere in the world is the same because it was documented. My brothers and my sisters, you must put processes in place for your business for it to be sustainable so that tomorrow somebody else can run that business for you. If you don't know much about building systems and structure, there's enough information out there. Go to ChatGPT. How do I build processes in my laundry business? How do I build processes in my bake-up business? Copy and paste. Listen, guys, implement, because we are not just doing it for today. This process is not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's not a what? Sprint. It's a marathon. All that I've discussed with you here is based on my experience. But that experience costs. There's something to it. You have to pay your own due. So I'm going to leave you with this closing remark. But before I do that, I want to charge you that you walk away today deciding that I will build a sustainable business that is global, not just for Nigeria. Because it means that if I start a business today and I'm leaving the country, because I know many of you are still going to leave Nigeria. It's okay. When people go, some of you will come back. We'll be here. Okay? But how do you build so that what I'm building here, I can also globalize? You are the generation that has enough information to make that happen. Make that charge. Decide today that I'm going to build and I will invest the time. And I will remember that as I'm growing my business, for my business to be sustainable, it has to be a business that can grow with or without me. And I must grow myself by learning, by listening, by leading. Okay? I must grow my people. I must grow my people to have a sense of ownership. I must grow my people to have a sense of succession. And I must grow my people to have a sense of pride. Lastly, I must build my business. I must build my brand. Let my brand be recognizable. Let it be attributable. Let it be valuable. Let it be recognizable, attributable, valuable, and desirable. I must build my brand, expand my product line, expand my products, but I must listen to my customers so that I can expand. In closing, we as Christians, we are not building our businesses for us. We are building our businesses so that His kingdom will come here on earth as it is in heaven. And my declaration over you is that as you are called for growth, God will endow you with the fruit of the Spirit called patience. As you are being called for growth, God will give you the spirit of might to stick with it through and through in the name of Jesus. As you are being called for growth, you will disciple the nations who are sent to you in the name of Jesus. As you are being called for growth, you will do this, that His kingdom will come and that His name alone will be glorified in Jesus' name. Thank you very much.
If you're clapping, please clap better. Please clap better for the lady of first. The lady of first. Please put your hands together again. The founder of House of Tara. This is what we call tested and what? Trusted. Please have your seat. A very, very amazing session there. Thank you so much, Ma. And let me just mention that she will be coming up one more time. So if you think you've seen anything, tell your neighbor you ain't seen. All right, so she's going to be coming back for the fireside chat. That's going to be happening shortly. But before we go to that, we're going to take a few videos from some of our sponsors today. And then there is somebody in the house. He's a set man. Remember I told you at the beginning that, the Money Matters Conference is brought to you by Kingsword Ministries International, Ikeja. Yes, it's a church. We're faith-based. We are people who are loved by God, and we are people who are passionate about people. And there is a set man in this house. He is a gentleman. He does not like to shout at all. I want us to put our hands together. We call him PT. His name is Pastor Tunde Akiyemi. Let us celebrate my pastor. Let us celebrate my pastor. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much, Pastor T. I just thought to, yes, we love you, Pastor T. He doesn't talk too much. We just give it. Sheyi Abiodun talked about, him giving the word. You understand? So we celebrate you, Pastor T. He's a very humble man. Pastor T can be so embarrassed by All right, so now I also want to remind us that something big is happening at this conference. What is that? Tell your neighbor, say, if it be you, if you applied. All right, so we're going to be announcing the winner of the 1 million naira. It's not audio grant. It is real grant. We're going to be announcing that in the course of the conference. But before we go to the fireside chat, we're going to have a few videos now from some of our sponsors.
Welcome. Have you been looking for a reliable partner to grow your wealth? Have you been looking for attractive return on your investment? Well, look no further. Codgers Capital Limited is a leading financial services group duly registered by the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. We can help you create a diversified portfolio that aligns with your risk tolerance and your financial goals. Codgers Money Market Fund helps you meet short-term investment objectives while also providing capital preservation and liquidity. Codgers Milestone Fund is a balanced fund that enables you to enjoy returns from both equities as well as money markets. It is targeted at mid to long-term investors. If you are looking to buy or build a house, or you're looking to save towards your child's education, this fund is for you. Codgers Dollar Fund seeks to achieve capital appreciation in the mid to long term for investors with USD, giving significantly higher returns than domiciliary accounts. Codgers Allow Fixed Income Fund is for ethically minded investors who are also seeking competitive return on their investments. Codgers Fixed Income Fund is a bond fund designed for investors who are looking for diversification in their investments whilst also earning competitive returns. And that's not all. We offer equity trading services where you can trade shares via our live trading platform called Codgers Trade Button. Fixed income trading for your purchase of FGN Treasury bills, FGN state and corporate bonds, commercial papers, Eurobonds, and so on. We can also help you track lost shares and claim unpaid dividend via our Codgers Chase service. Contact us today and let's get you started on your financial journey.
If you have had to break yourself to sell a car, then that's about to end. Whatever pain or setback you have faced as a car dealer or an auto merchant, it's time to say bye to those memories and welcome to happy times. Cabin Africa is a reliable and seamless auto tech company transforming the auto industry for success, and we are here to change the way you experience sales. Our platform brings the world of car trading to your fingertip. So whether you're an auto merchant, a dealer, or even a car enthusiast, we have created a space where success is inevitable. Our mission is simple: to turn every car sale into a seamless experience for you. You might be wondering, how do we achieve this? We do not just provide a platform, but we equip and train our auto merchants and also support our dealers to make an effortless sale. Your success is our priority. Our platform brings together a community of auto merchants and car dealers. Welcome to Cabin Africa, where innovation meets success stories.
See you hustling day and night, wearing a million different hats to make your business thrive. From getting orders, fulfilling orders, to keeping track of your stock and generally serving your customers. This is a never-ending hustle, and it leaves you so overwhelmed. In fact, today, many businesses still rely on pen and paper, which is a very risky method to keep track of data because you get to lose vital information at times. Well, those struggles are about to become a thing of the past. StopBridger is here to help you transform how you operate your business and generally experience business growth. We are not just a platform, we are an all-in-one business solution tailored for business owners like you. At StopBridger, we equip you with intuitive tools that makes showcasing your product, managing orders, monitoring inventory, and nurturing customer relationship effortless. It's like having a team of experts working behind the scenes to take those tedious tasks off your plate. You don't have to handle everything on your own. Let StopBridger be that reliable team member you never knew you needed. Let's get started.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our sponsors and partners. They've been so amazing. What a wonderful time we had with Lady Tara Fela-Durotoye. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for her one more time. We appreciate you, ma'am. All right, we'll just want to remind you that all our sponsors have their booths outside, and they have so many wonderful things for you that you can benefit from products to services. Please do well to visit them and have a great time with them. It's now time for that all-important, not because I'm involved in it, but because of who I'm going to be talking to. It's a very special privilege for me, that's how I see it, that I'll be speaking with Lady Tara Fela-Durotoye at a fire chat at the 2024 Money Matters Conference. Please, with a rousing ovation, please put your hands together for her as she steps up. You're welcome, ma'am. Yes, please. All right. Pastor Inda, thank you for asking me to do this. All right, so it's a great honor again to have you here today. What a wonderful, powerful first 40 minutes that we had with you. One thing that caught my attention in the entire session is I could feel the desire to pour into people. I know you're tired from a holiday, but I also saw the commitment in your presentation. God bless you, ma'am. All right, so in the next few minutes, I want her to speak to some of the things that she has mentioned about what has helped her to build a formidable, sustainable business in the last close to 30 years. I think that's the way we can count it now. You are no longer in the realms of 20s. But let's begin from the beginning. I want you to share with us the years before the house of Tara ever hit your mind. Talk to us about your formative years. And with the benefit of hindsight, what were the things that happened in your early years, maybe education, your parental upbringing, that in retrospect you begin to see, oh, wow, oh, this is connected to this. This is why I had to live with this person after the house of Tara came up.
Okay, thank you for that question. I would like to start by saying that there are quite a number of things that I will just highlight two, just for time. Two of them was obviously how I was raised. I came from a very polygamous family. My mom and my dad were separated when I was about 8 months old. I was raised by two stepmothers and never really raised by my mom. I only lived with my mom when I was in my 20s, just before I got married. I'm saying this to say that, no matter the background that you come from, and there is an imbalance, that God can actually give you a message out of the mess, for sure. And this is a true example of that. I was raised by two stepmothers, which meant that my mother was not in the house. And one of them was cruel, and the other wasn't. But my mom was not in the house. So I was raised without her at all present. But what I see today is I see compassion, that the gift of compassion that God has given me is because of how I was raised. I see the importance I place on marriage that is very tied to my experience. So for me, I'm quite militant about ensuring that I put things in place to ensure that my husband is having a ball, having a good time in the marriage. The reason why stems from that. But also, this was what drove me to God. So at the age of 8, I was already going to church by myself. I lived on a street that had a church at the junction. And I think the loneliness, because I was an only child of my both parents, so I didn't have any other sibling in the house, plus my mom wasn't there. I think that loneliness was also what God used to draw me to himself. So I became a Christian at a very early age. By the time I was 11, I'd already given my life to Christ. And I could tell you categorically that the way that my life has turned, whether it's in finding my purpose early, whether it's in marrying well, was because of my exposure in the church. What I was taught from an early age, what I prayed for at an early age, I learned confessions, I learned how to use the word, I learned how to pray the Pauline prayers in my teenage years. I prayed how to pray for my husband in my teenage years. I prayed about my friendships. So I grew up with very close friends who were born again, tongue-talking young girls. We went around evangelizing. We were visiting churches at a very young age. I was suspended from school for what they called religious fanaticism. My father found it so funny. My principal found it funny because he knew my parents. Your parents that don't go to church, they are not coming and disturbing us, right? I think that the formative years of learning how to study the word, learning how to live by God's word, learning how to walk by faith at a young age shaped how my future as an adult became. Now I'm asking myself, what do I need to do so that my 60s and my 70s can be more glorious than my 20s and my 30s?
Whoa. That's a banger. Put your hands together if you want to. Something struck me what she said. Some of you are sitting down and saying, God, I can't find wife. My friend, somebody's praying for you. All right. Now, I want you to bring us into the picture of the moment the gap in the Nigerian makeup industry struck you as an opportunity. How did you come to realize, wait a minute, I could make something out of this? Tell us about what happened around that time and what inspired you to actually jump into it.
Okay. One was, so I started to do makeup. I was a student on campus, and I was a law student. So I was doing makeup for the law students during law dinners. But I got the opportunity to do the makeup of the chief of naval staff. At that time, the chief of naval staff would have been the equivalent of maybe, I always say it's the vice president at that time, because I was in Navy school. My husband says it's not. But that's how I felt, right? Like he was the vice president. Having to do makeup for that sort of a huge wedding and seeing the value that they placed in my service and how much they were willing to pay gave me an idea. That was one. The second was when I got the chance of doing the makeup of RMD's wife. So when RMD was getting married 23 years ago, his wife was a celebrity on-air personality.
Yes.
Her name was Jumobi Adegbeson at the time, and she was a TV personality, so he was huge. And then RMD was this most loved actor. Absolutely. So his wedding was like a big thing, right? And Ovation magazine carried me doing her make, took a picture and featured it in the magazine. And that just broke, created so much visibility for my business. That was the second time. The third time was when I opened my studio and I sat down to calculate my tithe. And when I calculated the tithe I had paid in that year. So because I was not yet conversant with P&Ls and what have you, what I did was I always just paid a 10% of the income that I received. So at the end of the year, I was giving thanks, and I wanted to give thanks with a figure. So I calculated how much money I had paid in tithe. And I had paid almost a million naira in tithe, which meant I had generated 10 million naira. And I asked myself, did 10 million go through my hand? And I had this Apex Meal book where I used to write all the transactions. I went back, calculated, I couldn't believe it. Went to the bank, because I had a habit of banking all my sales. Went to the bank, there was a small bank at Falomo called Union Homes and Savings. That's where I used to bank. And I went and asked them to print out my bank statement. And I actually saw that I had generated about 10.5 million. And at that moment, it occurred to me that this could be a big business.
Yeah, wow. 10 million. That's about...
No, this is like 20 years ago or so, right, yeah.
That's a miracle in someone's life, even today. I mean, trust me. Now, pioneering an industry, not just a business or a line of business, was what you did. And it was a fantastic thing. It even still is a fantastic thing. But I reckon that the thing with pioneering is that, yes, you enjoy the status of pioneering, but the thing about it is that the market is coming for you, because what you have done is to blaze trail. And people are seeing opportunities. That means they're coming to share your cake. Now, I want to assume that that also made you nervous and put a pressure of owning the leadership of that industry. That means you had to work consistently, you had to do great work and all of that. How did you manage, or how did you fight for that big chunk of the cake in the industry to ensure that I remain the leader here?
That's a wonderful question, and I did feel pressure from time to time. However, I'm also very conscious of my call, and that my calling is really about being a platform. And so I didn't see it as people coming to share my cake. I saw it as me serving people so that they could create their own cake. Are we in Bible study? And I think it's, when I was talking earlier and I was quoting the scripture about discipling the nations, I understand what that means. It wasn't something I was just saying. It's something I know for a fact. Someone sent me a message earlier to say, he didn't get the link. And the person who sent that message was my accountant many years ago. He now lives in the UK. And many of these people who are now House of Tara alumni, I still play a huge role in their lives outside of House of Tara, because I understand that I'm a shepherd. And House of Tara is just a small part of the assignment, the huge assignment that I have. And therefore, I mustn't allow this one business to then decide how I handle and treat people. Because sometimes they can be working for you today, but tomorrow they may not be working for you, but they are out there to do something else that will be more, and you have to still be there, because I understand my work is more than House of Tara. But also in terms of leadership, I'm not sure that I was trying to be a leader of the industry. I just did me. And doing me meant that I led. And I led because opportunities came for me to lead. For example, I thought people's parents were not allowing their kids to become makeup artists because they were disdaining the industry. What do I do about it? I'm a problem solver. So I decided to organize conferences that positioned the industry, gave the industry visibility, but also positioned it in the minds of parents. It was parents I was talking to. It seemed like I was doing something for my name. No, I was shaping how they see the industry. So it wasn't that I was trying to get my piece of the pie.
No, I was trying to help a wider audience of people, of younger people like myself, who were going to go that path, but needed to be able to, for their parents to be able to say, you know what, Tara did it. Tara was a lawyer. Okay, this is what she has done with it. Go ahead and do it. And that was what I was trying to do. So I continue to remind myself that I'm a shepherd.
Coming from this mindset, yes, put your hands together if you want to. Now, coming from this mindset, it makes me realize that you were doing more than just the business. Now, the question here is, you would have had several opportunities to make a decision in defense of your bottom line. And that would have meant compromising certain standards. And you could have rationalized these things because I'm building a business. This is a business after all. I want you to share, if you have very real examples about those opportunities you had to compromise that may not have been a sin if you rationalized it, but you didn't because you were building something beyond a business. And I ask this question in relation to anyone who is doing business who might be in that position to make a decision, maybe tomorrow, about whether for the business today, but for posterity may not be the right decision.
So we don't pay bribes. We've never paid bribes. So because we're importing, there's a tendency, and our suppliers know that, right? Even in the tax office. So we had a tax bill, and when eventually I had to go to the tax office, they said, we have heard about you people. That you people don't pay bribe. That you don't give, they didn't say pay bribe, but you people don't do anything. We've already heard about you people. So it's something that even precedes us. All these years that I have insisted that this is how we must do things, like I said, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Anytime you do something against your values, what you're undermining is the future. And for me, the future is so important that inheritance is left for my children's children. And children's children is not necessarily my biological children. It's for Nigeria as a whole. It's for us as a whole. It's to give other people opportunities to run a company like House of Tara, right? And I have that behind my mind. So that's now. I said earlier that we had the opportunity to partner for a European country to partner with House of Tara. So what they want to do is that they want to solve unemployment issues in Nigeria, and they need to work with a reputable company that they can trust. The process is rigorous. It's almost like 8 months 8 months process. And the due diligence that goes through it is something House of Tara can do. The reason why is because we've audited our accounts forever. We had these processes in place. We have all our processes documented. They were asking the questions that we didn't ever know.
That was already your culture.
Yes, that was already our culture. They've now called for a 1-hour session with me last week. And when they asked for the 1-hour session, one of the questions they asked was, what's our policy around bribery and corruption? And the person who was on the call that was answering the question is Muslim. And you could see her facial expressions like, are you joking? Like House of Tara, bribery. We don't do that. The way she answered the question, you can tell just from her body language, even without saying anything. My point is, I thank God that became our culture, that nobody was torturing in the room. We're talking about more than €500,000.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So,
for context, now
long term. Think long term.
Long term.
It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. Let's uphold our values today for tomorrow.
So for context, somebody might be thinking, I can do it, it's easy. Can you share what some of the contracts, jobs that this lifestyle has cost your business?
So I tell you, for example, we had a 500 million naira tax bill.
500 million. That 500 million naira tax bill, somebody said even banks don't pay this kind of money. We pay our VATs every month, and when we pay the VATs, someone in the bank had asked one of the employees in finance department, are you putting oil and gas? Because this VAT, why? We decided that the business, listen, I'm going to break some table here. I remember who my source is. It's not the business that's giving me money. It's not the business that gave me my name. It is Jehovah that gave me my name.
Come on.
And so it is his standards that I'm living by. So when they told me, listen, you can pay 10%.
Thank you for this. You don't know how powerful this context is to someone who is struggling at their own level. The numbers definitely, for someone in this room, might not be the same, but the principle is the same. Thank you for showing someone that you will not die. You will not die. And I'm saying this to somebody. You will not die. You will not die. All right, I think we can move on.
And God will honor you for it, don't worry.
Yeah.
He will.
The Lagos Business School Chief Executive Program, INSEAD Abu Dhabi, Yale University, the Stanford Seed Transformation Program, Harvard Kennedy School. There's only one way to describe all these things: voracious appetite for knowledge, but not just that, for self-improvement in the defense of the future you're building. Can you tell us, I mean, this says it all, but I just need you to speak to it. I remember you say that there was a time you couldn't even pay once for some of these training, learning opportunities. Now speak to us about the importance of a non-negotiable mentality about developing yourself and how much pay this can bring in the future for an entrepreneur.
A few things. Number one, you do this because you need the knowledge so that you can grow. You will not grow if you don't acquire the knowledge. But the knowledge is per season. So the knowledge that's required today is not the knowledge that's required tomorrow. So like I said earlier, I started by going to makeup school. That was what was needed at that time. I moved from there to a regular Leap Africa program that taught me about vision and mission statement, taught me about how to build a business plan and what have you. I moved from that to going to my first owner manager program at LBS. What I'm saying is I didn't do Harvard immediately. I didn't do Yale immediately. And I did not do the OMP program immediately. I started with what was part-time, right? Life is in season. Life is in seasons. And whatever seasons that you are, get the knowledge that is required for that season, right? But also ask yourself, what information do I need for tomorrow? So where I am now is AI. I need to focus on that. And that's my space now. That's what I want to know. That's what I'm learning about. Find what you need to learn now and start to voraciously seek knowledge. It doesn't have to be Harvard. and it doesn't have to be Yale. But Yale and Harvard is good because it also puts you in positions and places with networks, right, for another level. So when you get to that level and it's time to go to Harvard and also remember that when you're a Christian and people are saying, oh, she's a Christian, and they want to downplay that, and they look at your CV, that you've been on the Forbes list, it adds up.
Oh, God. Thank you for mentioning the Forbes list. 20, you made that list, I think about 5-6 years. No, that's... So there was one Forbes list of 20 young, powerful women in Africa. And then in 2020, top 50 Africa's most powerful women. Granted, you're doing something great, but I'm going to take this from a different angle. There are people, entrepreneurs doing wonderful things across Nigeria, across Africa, but they are quiet. Some of them are like, I just want to do what I'm doing. I don't want to be noticed. I don't want to be praised. Now, I need you to speak to that group of people about the importance of being recognized. And that, many people are doing it because I just want to be humble. But you have been there. You've seen recognition, global recognition, regional recognition. Tell us about the importance of coming out. Yes, you're not doing it for fame, but the importance of coming out and let people see the wonderful things you're doing, especially from the reward these recognitions have brought you.
I think I'll speak specifically to women who generally shy away from this sort of things. I would like to let you know that every time a young girl does not see herself represented, she does not see herself as able. So every time you allow yourself to be recognized, younger girls now see that it is possible. Every time you don't step up, the boys who are getting married, who now get married to ambitious girls, now want to beat them up because they've not seen enough women like her.
Selah.
I'm going to say that again. Every time you're a woman and you are ambitious and you have these dreams and you have these aspirations of all these big things that you want to do, and you don't step out, to do them, you don't step out to be celebrated for the things that you do so that there is visibility for what you do, when you do that, you don't let the boys see enough women like you, and therefore when their wives want to be like you, they don't flame their fire. They don't empower them. They downplay them. So every time you see a girl being shut off, it's because some woman out there who should have stepped out didn't step out. My son said to me once, Mom, is there really inequality in the world with women? He asked me that question. Do you know the reason why he asked that question? Because at home, his experience, he sees his mother as empowered, so he's confused. Like, I don't understand. What's this thing they're always saying about women? Because in our house, my mommy is not. Do you see? And the reason why is because my husband was raised by a woman who was one of the first female geologists in Nigeria. She was very well traveled, spoke around the world, became a professor at a young age. And listen, because this is what he saw, if my wife is going to speak, it's not a big deal to him because my mother has been speaking before.
True.
Because the girls from his family are ambitious, they're brilliant, they are impact-driven, so that's what he knows. So by the time he's marrying me and I don't have those aspirations, he's confused, like, But that's what the people in our house do. So all the women in our house, this is how they are, so you have to be like this. Right?
Yeah.
And therefore, it can flame my fire, and I can fly as much as I can, simply because I have a man who empowers me, and he can empower me, and I can also empower him, because this is what I'm used to. So women, rise up. Allow yourselves to become all that you are called to be, and make sure that when you're in the room where you have the opportunity to speak about what you're doing, don't be quiet. Speak of it. It doesn't make you proud. It just makes you say the facts. If you're a doctor, will you now say, I'm not a doctor? No, I'm a successful entrepreneur of 26 years. I built the makeup industry in Nigeria. Point blank. It's not a lie.
Come on.
Is that pride? No. I have been successfully married for 23 years to this amazing husband. It's a fact. I've done 23 years and I know the sacrifices that I've made in the marriage. I know the times that I've had to step down even when I knew that I was right because I needed to be meek. And I know that meekness is a superpower of an influential wife.
Come on.
And I've had to apply it. There are times that I want to tell my husband something nonsense. But I keep my mouth shut because I know that if I say it is a seed that I've sown in the ground that will reap a harvest for me tomorrow that is not good. That's sacrifice. And that's 23 years. So if I stand here and I say I want to advise women in marriage, I can do it confidently because who born you? I did it. And I did it building a business and my marriage did not break. So why is your own going to break? How many heads do we have? We have been doing it. We got married. We gave birth to our children. Our children are following God. They're giving their lives to Christ. They are speaking in tongues. They've gone to school. We are still successfully married. What's the big deal? You have just entered 5 years. You are shaking. I'm not boasting. I'm telling you the facts. So you now say I should not say that I've been successfully married because it is pride. No, it is not pride. Moses said he's the meekest man on the earth. He said it with his mouth. He said it with his own mouth and wrote it down. He was saying the... Women, say the facts.
So you have a habit, and I say this very respectfully, to look at my next question. That's so unfair. Now, my next question is, they say it's a man's world, but that's becoming nonsense now. Because people like Tara Fela-Durotoye have made a mess of that statement. Because we have so many women in C-suite doing wonderful things, building businesses. Now, can you talk to us, put it in context, situations where it was a push-pull situation and it came down to, it's because she's a woman, we can't let this happen. I believe you must have experienced some funny situations around that. And how did you handle it, those kind of situations? Perhaps not because of your own business, but because of what you're saying. Statements have to be made because women's voices have to rise.
So I understand my context. We're in a very patriarchal society. It's not yet a woman's world. It's still a man's world in Nigeria. Okay? That's a fact. And... but I understand my context. And I think women understanding your context is very important. My approach to addressing issues around this is non-threatening. That's my standard. And the reason why is because as women, when we stand up in an aggressive manner, we don't get what we want. What we get is counter-attack and pushback. So because I understand my context, this is my default. So I tell a story. I went to a bank, MD, I wanted a bank loan, and I had done the presentation, and then he said, do you have a collateral? And I said, I didn't have collateral. He said, oh, why don't you go and ask your husband for a collateral? And I said, sir, with a smile on my face, with all due respect, sir, if my husband came to you to ask for a loan, would you ask him to ask me for collateral?
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Now, the style, the way that I said it, the response was, oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Aww.
As opposed to, she was rude, she was demeaning, and therefore, what I went there to get, I will not get it. At the end of the day, I now create enemy to someone that could have become a friend. And my call to women out here is, listen, it is not yet a woman's world, and I'm not even interested in it becoming a woman's world. I'm interested in it becoming an equal world. Because I think it's important that women and men have special and unique talents and gifts. And it can be complementary. And every time the women are not present, then we lose out. When the men are not present, we lose out. I tell this story. My son wanted to wee. He was little. He was like 5 years old or so. We went for a wedding in Ibadan. And there was no bathrooms around. And he wanted to wee. And I said he should bend down to wee. Did you hear that?
And I was telling him to bend down to me. And I was insisting. And at some point, he was confused. Like, why will I bend down to we? Because you know what? I am thinking like a woman. And this is what's happening in the world, where if the boy didn't know and he was raised by a woman, it's possible that he would do that. The reason why I told that story is because there are things that will be missing in the world if our men are not present. And there are things that are missing in the world because women are not present. So women, please don't get into the conversation. If you're in this room, don't get into the conversation of it's a woman's world. It must never be a woman's world. It must always be a world for both men and women. The minute it becomes a woman's world, that's not God's intention. We are out of the will of God. So what we should be fighting for is let women's voices be heard. But women, please speak up, but remember your context. Let us speak up in a manner and posture that gets us our results, not just having foes.
Wow, wow.
Same with marriage, okay? Women, it's in the same with marriage. As I am, my husband can determine what I wear. Me that I have children that have almost graduated. Me that I built a 26-year-old me at my age. Yes. Some other women will decide that they want to drag with their husband. They say, why would you be the one to tell me what to wear? I will go and change the clothes. Yes. I go and change it. Why? I mean, no. You go and find your own.
Oh, come on, please applaud this. Applaud the wisdom, the balance. Thank you so much, ma'am. I was going to ask another question, but I'm going to talk to it. I understand we have a couple of questions on Slido. Can you project them? Wave to me if we have them. If we don't, I can actually proceed. Okay, great. I was going to ask how you balance marriage and love, and but immediately both of you walked in here. It's clear. The answer is clear that the love is 100%. It's more than 100. You see, she's saying it's more than 100%.
Facts.
Yes, we love this. Thank you so very much, Ma. My time is up. I would pay $1 million to continue this conversation. But we are honored. Kingswood International Church Ikeja is honored to have you. Please applaud her. Thank you very much. Come on, see something. Oh my God. Thank you everyone. Please be seated. Sir, please, can you allow me? The way you do this thing with candle, baby, bring it in. You know, it's just so powerful. Guys, do you feel me? Yeah. Thank you, sir. We love you. We love you both. All right. So the program is, we're coasting home gradually. Please welcome my co-anchor.
All right, thank you so much for that session.
Talk to me, Diola.
Up next is, we're going to have a representative of the Bank of Industry, from the Bank of Industry, Mr. Benga Igbeda. I hope I got that right. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you for your patience. Please give yourself a round of applause. And I want us to especially appreciate the convener of this wonderful program. They've done a fantastic job. You know, I sat there, even though I am an employee, I'm beginning to think like an entrepreneur. You have done a wonderful job. Thank you very much. And after these wonderful people have spoken, it is difficult for somebody like me to speak again. And little wonder I've been given just 10 minutes to speak. So I'm going to make judicious use of that 10 minutes as you give me the opportunity. So I'm going to do 3 things very quickly. I am from the Bank of Industry, and I have there my colleague. And I'll be doing 3 things basically in the next 10 minutes that I have. We'll be looking at what financial institutions require from entrepreneurs, especially the SMEs. You know, a lot of people come around to our offices, I need this loan, and you begin to wonder. When they give you their figures, they give you their books, you agree with me that these people, they are not ready to access any financial assistance. So I'll be looking at the requirements, and of course, I'll give my recommendations, and I will quickly talk about how the Bank of Industry can come in. So what are the requirements? If you want to access loan from financial institutions, I'm not limiting it to Bank of Industry this time around, but as a financial institution, and please, if you are an entrepreneur here and you wish to access loan, you might need to write this down because they are very important. So the first thing you need to look at, we call it 5 C's. You need to have capacity. You need to have capital. You need to have a collateral. You need to look at the conditions surrounding your business. And of course, you need to have character. I don't have enough time to break that down. But when we talk about capacity, how long have you been running this business successfully? Can we see your success story? For people that have spoken here today, it is visible. The success stories are visible. Do you have a success story that you can look at? Did you start that business with your own capital, or you are just relying entirely on a commercial bank or a financial institution for your finances? What are the conditions surrounding your business? Your business that you are doing right now, is it sustainable? We've spoken so much about sustainability today, so I won't delve into that. But is your business sustainable? Or are you just following the bandwagon? Oh, everybody is doing pure water. Next thing for me is to do what? To do pure water. And of course, you must have character. Character in business is very important. She spoke so much about having character. A lot of people come to us, and sitting down with them, you know that if you give this person loan, it's not going to pay back. If you ask them, bring this, they will bring it. But the moment you give them that loan, you won't see them again. Once somebody, sometimes ago, we've not been seeing you, have not been making payments. You know what? This guy, as we speak now, is in Canada. Said, I'm in Canada. And the way he was speaking, character is very, very important. Even the Bible says in the book of Psalms, it says it's a wicked man that borrows and did not pay back. And when Bible says somebody is wicked, you know what that means. I'm very sure there are no wicked people here this evening. So you need to have character that people can look at your track record. Look at the people that have spoken here today. House of Tara. Sustainable business. Not just you want to make the money and you want to escape. So my recommendations. What are the things that are recommended if you want to access loan from a financial institution? Very quickly. Sorry, just give me 1 minute. So it's starting up. Sorry, just... Make sure you register your business. You know, we've spoken about long time here this afternoon. Some people go into business, they are not looking at the future. I'm sure if I ask people here how many people have their business registered, you will begin to hear stories. Oh, it is difficult to get CAC certification and all that. You want to go into food business, you don't have a NAFDAC certification. No financial institution is going to listen to you. Those are basic things that you need to begin to look at if you want to put long-term into consideration. And of course, you need to have your books must be tidy. What we have seen over time is that we have people that are doing business and they have not been able to separate their personal finance from their business entities. You want to buy Adesoye, you pick money from your business and you buy Adesoye. No financial institution is going to listen to you. Separate your finances, your own personal finances from your business. If you have to pay yourself, then pay yourself. And of course, as I've said earlier on, you must have integrity. Integrity is very, very important. So how can BOI come in very quickly? As I've said, we are the leading financial development institution in Nigeria. And we can give you loan as low as 9%. Even in this present economic situation. And there is no limit to what you can get from BOI depending on your capacity. And not only that, if we give you a loan, we can give you up to 12 months moratorium. That means in the first 12 months of doing your business, you are only going to be paying interest, you keep the capital. So you start paying the capital after 12 months. Our doors are always open. We have 3 offices in Lagos, 1 in Lekki, 1 in Ikeja here, and of course our head office in Marina. So you can walk into any of our offices, make inquiries. Come to us. We don't only give financial support, we also give business advice. Because we have seen situations whereby you come and if I ask people here this evening, what do you need to scale up your business? 90% of the answer will be what? Money. But it's not money every time. Some of us, what we need is information. What we need is a little bit of restructuring of the business that we have and will be up there. So I will leave it at that. We can take questions if there are questions. Our doors are always open. I don't know if they can just give our address. Ikeja here is number 3, Ashabiko, very close to us here. We also have our head office in Marina. Of course, we have another office in Lekki, Phase 1. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, the Bank of Industry. Bank of Industry. So if you are into industry, the bank is for you. All right, it's that time of the program where I want to bring up my father in the Lord, Pastor Tunde Akinyemi. Please show him some love. Welcome, sir. I don't even know what to say, but please, come on until he gets to the podium, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Praise the Lord. Please, let's be seated. You guys that have stayed this long, can you just help me look at a neighbor and tell them, I appreciate you, I value you. Has someone learned something today? Have you learned something you believe you will not recover from? I mean, that's really the dream behind a conference like this. I want to appreciate the team that put this together. My wife particularly, when she shared the vision or the dream for this conference, I was like, wow, that's a powerful one. And we just said, yeah, let's go for it. And actually, for me, it has actually turned out to be even bigger and better and greater than what I imagined from the first time. Praise God. I want to leave this with us. This just came to my heart as we just begin to wrap up. And I think the next thing is to go into the 1 million naira grant. So look at your neighbor again and tell them if it be you, if you applied. I'm sure a good portion of us here are the people that applied. Am I right? I believe one of the major things that have been done in this conference today is that seeds have been sown into people's lives. I mean, we just finished hearing from Tara, Fela-Durotoye, and all the other speakers that spoke earlier. Powerful seeds have been sown into your heart. You may even be here today, you are at that stage. She talked about that startup phase. Maybe you are someone that, in fact, your business is still a dream right now. It's still something you are imagining. So it's not like you have taken the first step yet. You are not yet at that place where it's being recognized or it's already bringing you some level of income. But I want to encourage you that some powerful seeds have been deposited into your life today. And I trust God that those seeds are going to germinate and they're going to bring forth amazing fruits that far beyond the people that spoke to you today, your own testimonies will even be greater in Jesus' name. I want to encourage you, it doesn't matter where you are today, and it doesn't matter what you've been through, what has been deposited into you, whether it's the revelation, the information. Some of you are going to meet people. Some of you are going to meet organizations. Some of you are going to just get things. I mean, how many people have been really, really inspired today? If you've been inspired from what you heard, you've been stirred up. How many people have been stirred up? See, those are the initial impact of the seed entering the ground of your heart. But you need to leave this place and make up your mind you're going to do something with it. Praise God. One of the most powerful things I think we heard today, I believe it was the first speaker, Pastor Boya Jaida, said it, that it's when you do something with the word you've heard that that word becomes powerful. That on its own, it's not going to do anything to you. Do something with what you've heard today. I love the communities that are being built. We showed some videos earlier on. I hope you caught it. About communities for designing, I believe, and also for FX trading or things like that. Get into communities like that. The Bible says iron sharpens iron. And a man will sharpen the countenance of his friend. Get into groups that will help you. If you are here today, particularly if you're a Christian and you don't have a good church community where you join, I want to recommend this church for you. You need communities like that will help you to grow and will help you to nurture the seed that has been planted into your life and your heart. And we are trusting God. The next time we have a money market conference, which we believe will be about a year from now, you'll be coming back with amazing testimonies. Some of you may just be here today. You were invited. You came to a meeting like this for the very first time. I want to prophesy over someone. A time will come. You will be a speaker in a conference like this. And your own life story, like Tara was standing here today, like Boye Ajayi was standing here today, like every speaker was standing here today, telling us about a moment of impact that changed their life. Your own story will be what God will be using to inspire other people. But you need to nurture that seed that has been planted into you. The inspiration, the refiring, the word that has come to you, you owe it to yourself to nurture it and allow it to bring forth the fruit that God has ordained for it to bring forth. And I tell you, by the time your fruit starts blossoming, we will surely love to be there to gather and celebrate you as well and hear your own story. Praise God forevermore. Help me look at a neighbor and tell them, I see a brighter future. Where your business is concerned, where your career is concerned, where your money matters are concerned. Today is just a new beginning. And we will hear of greater things coming from you. Give that neighbor a great handshake and tell them, I love you, I celebrate you, and God bless you. Let's welcome our anchor once again, Mr. Kayode Alayande. Over to you, sir.
Back. All right, so it's that time. Who is ready for 1 million naira? Okay. But before then, this barcode, please, can we have it up one more time? The barcode for our communities. We just want to give one last opportunity for people, even though we have your details, we'll send you emails later to join the communities. But please, you can take advantage of it right now and then scan the barcode. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to conduct. We'll conduct the 1 million. Okay. All right. Please welcome with me the MD of Codrus Capital, Mr. Bolahan.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm Codrus Asset Management, subsidiary of Codrus Capital, but we are one big family. So who wants to be a millionaire? How many people applied and you are still present in the auditorium? Okay, few people. So this is the moment we've been waiting for. Tell anybody this is the moment we've been waiting for. Yeah, so the question is why the 1 million grants? And as a church, as a community, we thought to also give back to businesses and to career people, but especially businesses this time around. And we thought to help their business. For a lot of businesses, funding is one of the challenges that they have. So what we started to do was to set out certain criteria, eligibility criteria, that people need to send their application, their presentation, and based off of that, we've selected some presentation. And today we're going to have an elevator pitch. And like the name implies, it's something that can happen while taking an elevator ride. So it can happen within 30 seconds to 1 minute. But each of the successful applicants will be presenting for 1 minute today. Their business idea, they're going to be persuasive. And the best presenter will go home with 1 million naira. And it's not audio money. It's real money. And it was important for us to also set up eligibility criteria. Like he said, it's about for you to have a business registered. So the three of the criteria we set out was that, one, your business must be registered. We also wanted the 1 million to make sense. So we said that your annual revenue should be not more than 5 million. And we also said that it must have been in operation for no more than 3 years. So based on that, we have several entries, and it was quite interesting. We had people in food, we had people in agriculture, we had people in education technology, we had people in makeup, we had people in fish farming, we had people in fintech, but we're now shortlisted to 7 people, but today just 3 people are going to be presenting. So very quickly, I'm going to mention from number 7 to number 4, and then the remaining 3 we get to present. And as I mentioned, their names or their businesses, please put your hands together for them. So number 7 is a business that is called Source Flow. And they're into reusable organic cotton sanitary pads. Please put your hands together for... the CEO is Olabisi Emmanuel. Number 6, the business is called Dark Age Empire Limited. They're a food processing company, and they specialize in production of 100% natural, locally cultivated raw African herbs and spices. Number 5 is Anita Umenweke. Sorry, I hope I didn't murder the name. and she's the CEO of Myra Makeup Studio. Myra Makeup Studio is a beauty solutions company built on the value of excellent products and services, exceptional response to client briefs within 360 degrees. Number 4 is Topical Limited, and the CEO is Abayomi Odol. It's a special social and e-learning platform providing students with simulated mock exams featuring constructive feedbacks from educators. Okay, so the top 3 will be presenting, and I will start with Obisola Olaito. Hopefully she's in the building. If she's not in the building, the next person will have the opportunity, and the person not available, the next person will have the... Sorry? So please, where are the evaluator forms? Protocol? Okay, so is Obisola Olaito around? Arike Food Frenzy. She's into food seasoning production, rebranding, exportation. Obisola Olaito, are you in the building? Okay, so she's not in the building, so maybe the number 4 person is favored. What of Abayomi Odole? Are you in the building? Okay, so we might need to go to Myra Makeup Studio. Okay, please put together your hands for Myra Makeup Studio, Anita Umenweke. Before she presents, I'm going to just introduce our judges for today. So we have Wenda Akiyemi, she's ED for Stanbic IBTC Capital. We have Sheyi Abiodun, that's Sheyi, the assistant, is a finance influencer. We have Mr. Benga from the BOI. So they're going to be scoring the presenters. And majorly communication, presentation. So your enthusiasm, your energy, are you able to keep to time? Are you able to engage the judges? Logical sequence of your presentation, and a whole lot of other things. So ladies and gentlemen, judges, are you ready? Are we ready? So please put your hands together for Anita as she comes to do her presentation. You have 60 seconds.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, the panelists. My name is Anita Umweke. I'm the founder of Myra Makeup Studio. Myra Makeup Studio is a beauty solutions company that is centered on ensuring that we provide excellent services, excellent products, and excellent delivery to our customers, giving them a service that leaves them really happy with us eventually. We also ensure that we look through their briefs, and then we create beautiful moments, beautiful people, and beautiful world. That's what we ensure that we create. Our timeline is timely response, exceptional makeup artistry, and exceptional products. Our strength is considerable number of data on our customer base. We have a lot of customers right now, and there's strong understanding of the makeup industry. We understand the makeup industry. We could tell you everything about the makeup industry. Our weakness right now is scarcity of funds for operational purpose. And then we understand that there is a need to focus more on the sustainability, future purpose. So what we are ensuring is that when we buy products, we ensure that the products are products that are organic products and the products that can be recycled. And then we are looking out for funds based on, we require funds for the following: to be able to get our makeup studio and to be able to get more staff that can help to promote our brand and give us loyalty, give loyalty to our customers. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for her. Please put your hands together for her. Okay, next to present is Mr. Olaoye Gideon Adeoluwa. Is the CEO of GOA Farm. Please put your hands together for him. GOA is a catfish brand business that's into catfish marketing, processing, sales and distribution within the university ecosystem. You have 1 minute, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Gideon Olaoye Adeoluwa, the founder of GOA Farm. GOA Farm is a catfish farm business that's into catfish processing, marketing, sales, and distribution within the university ecosystem. We create a niche for ourselves by locating federal universities. I happen to be among the 44.7% of federal university during my undergraduate days who spend less than 1,000 naira per square meal. So we want to cook our concussion rice, spaghetti, mixed jollof rice. But what we have is little ingredient we cannot afford to eat nutritious. So after graduation, I found out that we have a lot of farmers who are male producers, but no one happens to be a processor. So we intend to add value and give back to the students because I graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University, and we do this concussion rice very well. So we came out with a product called fish powder happens to be 70% fish and done 30% time. And we'll have the fish fillet, which is 100% fit. What we do is we want to give to students to eat healthy and give them that concussion right that has the necessary nutrients. Thank you. Join me as we'll help the students to eat healthy. You can get it from us. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for GOA Farms. It came prepared, it came ready. And finally, we have Orego World. And their vision is to be the leading ice cream brand in Africa. The CEO's name is Omaomi Emediafe. Please put your hands together for her. You have 1 minute.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I am Omomi Emidafe, the founder of Orego Scoops Premium Ice Cream. So, Orego Scoops Ice Cream, basically for children and also for adults to indulge in. So what we do is that we have our own ice cream mix compared to the regular ice cream companies that have the processed mix. We have our own, we have our ingredients, and that gives us the opportunity to have quality ingredients, fresh ingredients, and ensure that the children have something that is healthy for them in their ice cream, even though it's indulgent, but it's also healthy for children. We also have another leg where we go for events, parties, and at those parties, we found out that you do not have the opportunity to view, the
10 seconds.
All right, so what we are bringing into the industry is that these portable display units where the children can have variety of flavors of ice cream. If you notice in children's parties, they just have vanilla because it's soft served. But what we are doing is we're bringing in the batch freezers where they have different mixes. So it's like we're bringing Cold Stone experience to your events. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for her and for all the presenters today. it's not easy to put a presentation in 1 minute. So for the next couple of minutes, our judges are going to mark, and we are going to collate the winner. And very shortly, we'll be announcing the winner of the 1 million grant. Tell nobody if it be you, except you presented. Also to mention, so one of our sponsors and promoters, which is Top Bridgers, they are offering a business solutions to everyone that applied for the grants. Their desk is going to be outside. You can meet with them, and they'll tell you how you can have access to their business solution. It can do a whole lot for businesses. Going to do your inventory, your payroll, and a whole lot of other things. So while we are collecting, I just want us to watch the video of the entrepreneurship grants. We'll give our judges just a few more minutes to collate.
Funding is one of the challenges faced by small businesses globally. You have this brilliant idea, but there is no money to execute. Here is why the Money Matters Conference is giving out 1 million naira to one lucky small business owner. Wait, did I say lucky? To one prepared business owner. How do you qualify? Number one, your business must have been running for minimum of 1 month to maximum of 3 years. You must have registered your business, and your business should have a revenue of not more than 5 million naira annually. Your entry should be a 5-page PowerPoint slide that gives a summary of your business idea, the problem you are solving, how the problem connects to at least one of the SDGs, your financial projections, your sales strategy, your SWOT analysis, your pricing strategy, as well as your unique selling proposition or any other information that will make you stand out from the thousands of applications we are expecting to receive. For the final round, top 3 entries selected for an elevator pitch at the Money Matters Conference in May. You should really give your best to this because you can just be the winner.
Design is what we use to communicate ideas and tell stories to the right audience. Hi, my name is Adesoye. I'm the founder of Caesar Graphics and Caesar Graphics Academy. I'm a creative entrepreneur with over a decade in design, branding development, and training. For anybody that wants to go into design, one of the greatest tool that you'll need is discipline. There's the part of you studying, all right, the principles of design and understand how to use the elements and the gadgets to get the job done. So being part of a community is very important for anyone that wants to grow in his or her field. And that is why the Money Matters professional community powered by Kingswood Ikeja is very important. It's an opportunity for training, networking, and personal development in your chosen field. Now, guess what? Graphic design is also part of the training available. To register, follow the information on the screen. I'll see you in class.
Do you know Michael Saylor, the founder of MicroStrategy, currently worth $4.4 billion? Do you also know Elon Musk? He made over 50% of his current net worth from a popular token called Doge, and also another token called the Baby Doge. The question is, how much are you worth? And if you have answered this question, then the next question is, how much would you like to be worth? My name is Michael Damilari Bello. I'm a financial market analyst in the digital space and also a token creator. I used to be a farmer turned financial market analyst. In 2019, there was a financial breakdown in the country, and also there was COVID-19, which really affected the global world and also affected Nigeria as a nation. So I went bankrupt, and I decided to learn a new thing. This is a market you can earn daily, you can earn weekly, you can earn monthly. It depends on how you want to position yourself in the trading aspect. You can easily learn this by getting yourself a good mentor and a good coach, which if you're fast in learning, it won't take you more than a month, just like me. And if you're slow in learning, it will take you more than 3 to 4 months. You don't really need any skill. All you need to do is just know how to read, how to draw your candlestick, which we're going to train you. You can see that these are the patterns and all the candlestick we draw here. So I didn't know how to do all these things when I started, but I learned it within just a month. So anybody can learn. It doesn't matter your background, doesn't matter whether you're a graduate or not a graduate, even if you're a secondary school dropout, you can learn this and become a good person. Now you have the opportunity to learn all this for free and also get a free mentorship. All you have to do is to join Money Matters Professional Community.
To check our sponsor stand on your way out, we have quite a number of sponsors. There's Echo Capital, is an investment management firm. And of course, you get to learn about some of the investment products. There's Cordros as well. Cordros has a lot of investment products as well. You get to learn about what they have. There's Cabin Africa. Cabin Africa helps you to manage your automobile inventory. Please visit the stand as well. I believe there's Top Bridger as well. And they are going to be giving business solutions to every business in the house. So if you register for the grant, or even if you didn't register, just please walk up to their desk and they will set you up. Also, someone announced earlier that he wants to provide accounting solution to the winner. I understand it's worth about 500,000, and he said he's going to add that to one of the prizes of the winner. So in the next couple of minutes, we'll be announcing the winner of the Entrepreneurship grant. So please stay glued to your seats. And I say again, if it be your friend. And important to mention that all the three presenters today, they're all winners, and it could have been anybody. They had beautiful presentation, excellent presentation, was in line with the criteria. To also mention, there were a lot of innovative ideas as well, but some of them already function in $100,000 level. Some of them were requested for $20,000 and all that. So we have to follow strictly the criteria that has been set out. So some of those big businesses, of course, couldn't meet the criteria, even though they have quite innovative ideas. And quite impressive that a lot of Nigerians are doing a lot of awesome things in the country. I saw businesses that are already scaling. I saw good business ideas across different geography, across different products and services. And I think it was quite impressive. And I say well done again to everybody that applied. And I think when such opportunities come, I think the least we can do is just to apply. Some people didn't come today, maybe because they thought they were not going to be shortlisted. And it could have just been them. So always give your best shots, like we heard about having the right money mindset. And I think that's the right mindset, that it can be me. If someone is going to have 1 million, why should it be somebody else? I'm the candidate for 1 million. And also, please, BRI was here today. Please, let's visit. I believe it's still going to be around for a few minutes. So if you have any question, clarification, please, you can walk up to Mr. Benga. And of course, you can visit any of their offices, Ikeja, Lekki, and Marina, where their head offices. And of course, you can go to their website to get single-digit interest loan, where rates currently are above 30%. I think it's fantastic. I said I can also get 1 year moratorium, 12 months moratorium. So that means the first year you're not paying interest on the loan you've taken. Okay. So we are waiting for the collation. So they are collating. And next couple of minutes and seconds, we'll be announcing the winner to the 1 million grant. I believe we've all had fun today. Can I get a witness? So this is like first of many, and the Money Matters is an umbrella of several things, powered by King's One, and really to help people master their finances. Like Pastor Inda had mentioned, we stay with just talking to some of our members, having talk show on financial management, and this is what came out of it. And beyond this as well, we have several communities, training communities, skill acquisition communities, that are going to come up. So please just watch the space. And please also follow our handle, official_Money Matters. Okay, so let me know when you are done. Just signal to me if you are done with the collation. And please, okay, just a few seconds left. So please stay glued to your seats. It's not time to leave. It's going to help celebrate other people's moments of victory. Like they say, what you make happen for others, God will make happen for you as well. So yours might be $10,000 grants. So please visit the sponsorship stand outside. We have a couple of sponsors. And a special thanks to all of our sponsors. Please visit our Instagram page at official_Money Matters. Also at Kingsword Ikeja as well. Please follow us. And there's going to be a lot of interesting content that will be posted on the Money Matters Instagram page. Okay, so we are about to have a winner. Okay, while they bring the results, can I have all the 3 applicants on stage? So Myra Makeup, please come up. GOA Farms, please come up. Orego Scoop, please come up. You can just stay. So one is missing, one of the results. I have just 2. Okay, so please put your hands together for them again. So I'm going to start from number 3, number 2, and I'll announce the winner. So number 3, please put your hands together for Myra Makeup. Number 2, please put your hands together for Orego World. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for GOA Farms, winner of the 1 million grant. Can I have the check? Please, Pastor Inda, Pastor T. Congratulations once again, GOA fans. GOA Farms, but he came with his fans. So congrats. We'll get in touch with you. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kayode Aloyande. Mr. Kayode Aloyande or Diola.
Well, let us put our hands together for our winner today and, of course, for the Money Matters Conference for making this possible. Of course, we have come to the end of the program, but so we still have some of our partners outside. Their booths and their stands are outside. Specifically, Cabin Africa, they are giving out free gifts to the first 30 people who visit their stand. Yes. No, after we say. All right, so please visit the stand of Cabin Africa. They have a gift for the very first 30 people who visit their stand. Oh, okay. People are running out. All right.
We'd just like to let all of you know that you are all winners. Thank you so much, the Bank of Industry, and all of our partners and supporters. We appreciate you for coming. Despite all the delays and technical difficulties, I think we had a great day. I think we had a very impactful day. Codros, Capital, Stowbridger, all of you, we appreciate you, but I think Pastor Golan will do justice to all of that.
Yeah, thank you to all our sponsors for making our event gram. Thank you for all the participants for coming early and waiting till the end despite the itches. Just to mention as well, an accounting firm is going to give our accounting solution to the winner. The firm is EBGF Consults. So please, you can either walk up to me after the program or we'll get in touch with you. So thank you everybody for attending and see you again next year.